Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be continuing into Stormblood in the main quest. We have something else to do first, but before all of that, we've made it a little bit of a tradition that we need to start a new expansion with watching the title and demo of the expansion. So let's watch that first. I'm probably going to be talking over it, but if you want to see it without me talking over it, you can always watch it separately, of course. As I have mentioned before, you might have a little bit of a hard time hearing me over this, and that's okay. I'm just going to be rambling some stuff that you may have heard before while the stream sort of starts. But there is a Discord community server, which you can join if you want to talk and hang out with other people that you may or may not know from the stream. Or have the potential chance of talking with me more directly at times. Also, tonight, we're also going to be doing, the winter or holiday event, Starlight Celebration quests before we go on to Stormblood, as we have done with the Halloween event some months ago. So we're going to start with that before we move on to the MSQ. I think we're going to be able to delay the Dragoon stuff until we get to like Asim's Step, given where we are in the story right now. Which means that it's probably not going to be anything this stream, maybe next stream, that we will continue and finish the Dragoon quest. And finally get the last quest-locked ability, Nastrond and Life of the Dragon. But beyond that, this is pretty much just going to be going through the starting story of Stormblood after we've done the Starlight Celebrations and gotten a new mount. Because there's a mount to be had. And in case I forget to mention it when we do the quest, if you're wondering where to find the trees that are supposed to be part of this event, there's a vendor like right outside the amphitheater that sells the trees. We will not need any of those trees, given that I don't have a house and don't have a free company. So we're just going to skip that part and save money. It's interesting way that they're showing off all of the zones. The underwater part just reminded me that the level 63 dungeon appears to be the optional one in this expansion. I didn't actually ever realize that. Might have remembered, I might have known it at some point, but it is funny that it is optional. Is this, I feel like in the Heavensward expansion, the main character, so to speak, is only supposed to be a Dragoon, but it seems like in Stormblood you're both portrayed, or a main character is both portrayed as a monk and samurai, although that samurai might not have been the main character now that I think about it. And now we're ready to play the game. as I mentioned, we're going to start with the Starlight Celebration event, which we're also going to be doing in the same pace as we do the main quest. And then we'll do the main quest. So it'll take a little extra before we get into the main quest stuff. But unlike in Heavensward, where we kept having to go back to the Dragoon quest, because of how the Dragoon story is structured, we already did the part that we can for a long time. We need to be like level 65, I think, to reach far enough that it'll be remotely relevant to continue, although it seems like we just need to get to Gerbania before we can continue it, so if we run straight into it, we might as well. No, she already reached level 16. Let's see, can we get her some new gear then? 16, yes, some new gear. I think that's all though. Yep. I don't actually need this, I don't think. She has the friendship circlet, doesn't she? Yeah, she will be wearing that until it doesn't give her anything anymore. Oh, I guess I used that equipment already. We can keep it for when she reaches level 25. Let's do this one. We will not be passing through here for a while, I don't think. Let's make sure that we stay on top of the whole money situation and inventory situation so that we don't have to go through the grand inventory management again. Yeah, I didn't anticipate 10 ore for 5,000 would sell. Guess someone had pushed the price to very strange capacities last week. What we can do is we can grab these items and move over to the first retainer so we don't need to use both of them. The second one was mostly necessary because it made it possible for us to completely clean the inventory last week. Without two retainers, that would probably not have been a thing at all. We'll just sell these. I don't think we can do anything with these, so we should have sold those as well. Or can we not? Sells for... Oh right, we need to open this. And now we go on to the Starlight Celebration. Which means here, if I remember correctly. There it is.
Happy Starlight! You are an adventurer, are you not? I am Garanji, Starlight Celebrant. It is a pleasure to meet you. And may I say you've come at a most opportune moment. You see, we are planning some truly extraordinary festivities this year, but are presently short-handed.
This is no good, celebrant. We will require the aid of an adventurer after all. Oh, dare I say she is an adventurer, and you have already made the arrangements?
Allow me to introduce Associate Professor Lawrenson. Lawrenson of the Studium in Charlian. His are the festivities for which I am hoping to secure your assistance.
Lawrenson, Faculty of Folklore. Delighted, I'm sure. Without further ado, then, I shall test your knowledge of the season. First question. What creature symbolizes the Starlight Celebration? Reindeer. Probably. Let's say I don't know. I said reindeer when I was playing on my main. Let's say I don't know. I don't know. You truly do not know? Good gods, what impossibly large rock have you been living under? Well, permit me to relieve you of your ignorance. The answer is reindeer. Meanwhile, Smol Kai here has been living under a relatively normal-sized rock. She's just not that big. From gifts to garb, Starlight paraphernalia is often emblazoned with or designed in the image of these noble creatures. Now, for my second question. When did the Starlight Celebration begin to make use of this symbolism?
When? You mean to say it was not always so?
No, indeed. Any mention of reindeer is conspicuously absent from the tale which inspired the celebration. Thus, did I take it upon myself to delve into the truth of the matter. And after many a moon-scouring literature, I discovered telling testimony in an ancient Ishgardian tome, which spoke of reindeer that amused younglings with delightful illusions. It was this spectacular act that earned reindeer their Starlight celebrity, I posit. And in order to prove my theory, I have journeyed to Gridania this Starlight Celebration with this trusty fellow, Blitzen. Who says nothing, of course.
Oh, so Blitzen can use reindeer magics?
Yes, Blitzen is of a rare lineage, one that weaves illusions as a defense against predators. We have been keeping him under our care in Charlian while conducting research on his abilities. It is my belief that Blitzen can trace his ancestry back to the reindeer who delighted children with illusions in the Ishgardian tome. And I intend to have him do the very same for the children of Eorzea, confirming history by recreating it, as it were. You see, no matter how much I urged him back in Charlian, Blitzen refused to produce child-pleasing illusions. But in Eorzea, where it all began with his noble ancestors, I dare to hope that he will be suitably inspired.
I welcome anything that will be I welcome anything that will bring cheer to our sweet children. My duties bind me here, but I believe our adventurer friend will prove a most capable assistant.
Indeed, your cheery disposition tells me you are the perfect candidate for the task I have in store. Can I count on your cooperation?
No.
Splendid. I thank you, as will posterity, I'm sure. Now then, your role is a simple yet crucial one. Round up the children who will witness Blitzen create his illusion. I shall be at Apkalu Falls, making the necessary preparations. Good luck, and I will see you again anon.
Perhaps you can begin your search along the path from the markets to the Lancers Guild. I dare say a few younglings will be out gazing at the shops and decorations.
Yes, let's find the 3 only children in Gridania, incidentally, on this particular quest. Oh yeah, that's one.
was told to buy a Starlight cake and hurry home. Sorry.
Oh, okay. There's 2 children in this area. And then there's one by the shops, right?
There's a magical reindeer that can create illusions? Amazing! I've just finished my chore, so I'll head over at once.
And then the shops, right? There it is. If I remember correctly, it's pretty close to the ether shard, so let's go there. Yeah, it's pretty surprising that the NPC you're looking for is not inside the shop area. It's just right outside it. But it makes sense that he's looking at the presents, right?
There's going to be illusions? That sounds like fun and all, but I promised my mom I'd help her put up decorations. Sorry.
Well, those that don't want to at least apologize. That's very sweet of them. In hindsight, we should have done this one first, then we would have been closer to our destination. But that's alright. Ah, you're returned. I trust a gaggle of rosy-cheeked younglings will be arriving shortly? Oh, just the one. Only this one? This is precisely the problem with today's youth. No concept of scholarship or the virtues of academic inquiry. I suppose this single ragamuffin will suffice. Rude. For the purposes of proof, the number of children isn't consequential after all. Blitzen, the season of light is in full glow, and a child stands expectant before you. Hearken unto the spirit of your ancestors and bring forth your delightful illusions. Ta-da! Well, he sure looks happy. Nope, does nothing. Come now, Blitzen. Is this not the Starlight Celebration? And is that not a child? Wide-eyed and innocent? Nah, don't care.
That's just a normal reindeer. The baby Yeti from last year was much better. Oh well.
This is a strangely aggressive music. Wait, don't leave. I beseech you. There are crucial discoveries to be made in the name of folklore, for which your assistance is paramount. Buddy, you should have taken like a course in how to speak in a way that children understands, and not just scholar language. But I understand your peril. That did not go as I hoped. What am I to do now? Forgive me, but I need a moment to collect myself. Amidst the calm of the Great Loam Brewery, perhaps, I shall return once my thoughts are clear. Hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? Good morning. You need to do it. Well, it's actually, like, if you watch the cutscenes, it seems to take a little bit, but if you just rush through it, it takes, like, 5 or 10 minutes, I think. You wait patiently, but Lawrenson does not return. Perhaps you should search for him. You waited a patient 15 seconds, and lo and behold, who wasn't there? Good morning, Timothy. How are you doing? Good to hear, Pokeshack. I'm doing fine. I'm having a little bit of a cough. I try to mute a bit if it when it's bad, so I don't cough into you guys. But yeah, I have lots of water at my desk as always, so hopefully it'll be fine. But otherwise, I'm doing well. I spent most of the day hanging out with my free company, where we had a little event planned for ourselves, just hanging out in festive costumes. And Vortex says, you waited longer because you did answer me. True. We did take a lot of pictures. I've discovered a new trick to get like better lighting for pictures. I always knew that you can control where the lights are in G-pose when you like put the 1, 2, 3 lights up by placing your camera differently, but I found a very nice way to place it to like light up everything by using two lights and then taking a picture. I'll probably share like a few of the pictures in the glamour room on Discord after the stream, and then you can see what I mean. Oh, it's you. It seems I've been here rather longer than I thought. My apologies. I've been pondering my dilemma, but I believe I have identified the root of the problem. The children of Britannia are insufficient for my purposes. Ah, yes. No, it's the children who are wrong. The original testimony was Ishgardian, after all, meaning that it is Ishgardian children I require. Sure. I was a fool to consider proving my theory anywhere else. You are familiar with Ishgard, are you not? Would you be willing to continue assisting me there? You seem to be one reindeer short of a sleigh. I don't think the children are what's insufficient. Yeah, that's the one. That's the correct one. What do you mean? Apart from the testing site, what could possibly be... Oh. Oh? Blitzen! Where did you go? Blitzen? Blitzen! What's the reward for this? A little bit of experience. Imagine if you were a completely new player and got this quest. Timothy says, I just started playing this game like 2 weeks ago, and it's been amazing. That's great to hear. If you need any guidance on jobs in the game, I do have guides for pretty much all jobs. There's just some of them are a little outdated. If they're outdated, there's always like a pinned comment with things that are slightly off and what that means. But you should be able to find a lot of guidance on the channel if you need it. Otherwise, enjoy the game. This stream we will be doing some content in the Stormblood expansion, which means that if you're on the free trial of the game, we're doing content that you don't have access to yet. If you have bought the game and do have access to it, just keep in mind that it took us, well, on the north side of 100 hours, over 100 hours of gameplay to reach this point. So there's, like, even if there's some story beat that you're scared of getting spoiled, there's a very high chance that you can't even remember it when you reach this point. It's a possibility. If you would like to watch the stream regardless, that's just want to reassure you that you might not be in too much trouble. And Timothy says, I have been playing blind. Only video I ever watched was a Paladin rotation guide. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, in that case, if you're playing Paladin, here's a little well, who's to say fun fact or not? Paladin is slated to get a significant rework early next year, like we're talking January. So if you're very happy with how Paladin works, just be ready for logging in to suddenly find the job works differently. We don't know what to expect. The things people anticipate will be changed about the job in relation to something called the 2-minute burst window, which is like a high-level optimization thing. You don't have to worry about this part. It's more the fact that this might mean that you log in to find the job completely changed. We don't know how much they're going to change it. We just know that they are going to change it. So it's just a little bit of a little warning, Timothy. It's just, if you're happy with how the job works, I'm just saying, there's a chance you'll be logging in sometime next year, like start of the month-ish. There's a big patch coming. We haven't gotten the exact date yet. And then the job is different. Like, significantly different. We don't know how much. Was it bad before? Paladin is not bad. Paladin is an excellent job. I want to be absolutely clear that all jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are viable for all content. There's nothing wrong with Paladin in general. The thing that puts Paladin in a slightly worse spot, you could say, compared to the other tanks, is that in the highest level content, like the most difficult content in the game, the best performing jobs are really good at doing a lot of damage in like a 15-second burst window every 2 minutes. Now, Paladin has had this, like, in A Realm Reborn, it had a specific rotation. They built on that in Heavensward. Then they built on that in Stormblood, and they built on that in Shadowbringers, and they built on that in Endwalker, which means that while there are some changes, the majority of the job is sort of intact since its original design, and Paladin's entire idea is that it is really good at doing reliable damage, which means that Paladin kind of just has like a smaller spike in damage when it does more damage with burst than other jobs, but it's like, so its peaks are shorter, but and smaller, but its valleys in damage are also less deep. But the best jobs at doing a lot of damage these days are those that has an enormous peak and then a bigger valley. And the anticipation is that they're going to try and fit Paladin better into that. If you want to see what Paladin does these days to make this work, like to fit in with the crowd, I have a short on the most ridiculous opener in Final Fantasy XIV. It's a 1-minute short, and the star job in that short is Paladin. But just keep in mind, if you choose to watch it, you don't have to do that. It's optional in like 99% of the game. And it's like gear specific and all those things. But the expectation is that after the rework, Paladin will be better. The fear is that Paladin will be very different. So if you really like how Paladin is right now, then you might be a little disappointed if you log in to find the job is completely reworked. They might not change much for the first 50 levels, who's to say, but they might. This is why I'm warning you. But if you've played Paladin in Final Fantasy XI for years, I'm guessing that it's a combination of how the job plays and the aesthetic of the job, so I could not imagine they will change the aesthetic. So if that's something you care about a lot, you have nothing to worry about. Hey Maha, how are you doing? Pokeshack says, can you use game time? I think it's not game time, it's playtime, is it not? Yes, we've played for 5 days and 2 hours in total. And Pokeshack says, I have Paladin at level 86 and never used the silly opener. Well, I don't think the silly opener really works unless you're level 90. Timothy says, I picked the job because of the nostalgia and the amazing armor. Well, in my opinion, Paladin has some excellent armor, so it only gets better as you progress further. I don't know what level you are since you said you played for 2 weeks. That can mean a lot of things. Maha's going to be doing some dailies in a bit. Alright. I hope you enjoy. See if we can continue this story a little bit. I'll continue to, of course, talk with the chat, but there's no reason for me to just completely grind to a halt for that, right?
I can't find Blitzen anywhere. Where could he have gone? Gah, so absorbed was I in my thoughts, I must have left him somewhere. The gods know he can't bear being alone. Oh, he must be so frightened right now. I must find him. Must find my dear boy. Our boy.
And Timothy says, I bought a story skip up to Shadowbringers. Well, you didn't have to do that. I think a lot of players would agree that one of the best parts of the game is the story. So you wouldn't, like, if you don't care about the story, that's okay, of course. It's your time. But personally, I really enjoy the story of Final Fantasy XIV. You can also use the New Game Plus system to like rewind and see the story later if you change your mind. But if you skipped a lot of the story, it might be difficult to follow what's happening, I think. But it's totally fine. That does mean that you're pretty far ahead.
Oh, Blitzen! Where could he have gone? Lorenzen is in a state of distress. Try to soothe him.
Ah, yes.
What am I doing? Blitzen needs me, and yet here I am, a blubbering mess. My apologies for subjecting you to such undignified behavior. Unforeseen circumstances have a tendency of rattling my nerves, but I'm well now, thanks to you. I shall go and search for Blitzen at once. May I count on your cooperation once more? My heartfelt thanks. For now, let us focus our search within the city. If you could make inquiries in the direction of Smol Caetsu's amphitheater, I shall retrace our steps back to Apkalu Falls. Quickly now! And Timothy says, I want to go back and play it when I level up another job from level 1. Well, there you have to be aware that there's two things. The first one is that one character can be all of the jobs, so you only need one character. The second thing is, if you buy a story skip using the New Game Plus feature to like rewind the story, will not make it give you experience the second time. So while you can redo the story, you will have to separately level a new job to do that. Or make a new character, which, like, if you want to, you can do that, but I would recommend leveling up all jobs on one character if you like to level up jobs. And Pokeshak says, talking about the Paladin, are you ready for my anecdote of this week? What's your anecdote for this week, Pokeshak? Timothy says, Shadowbringer, I'm guessing you said, oh, Shadowbringer and Endwalker was some of the best storylines I ever played. Oh yes, those stories are excellent. Absolutely awesome, but I just could imagine that some players might, like, if you skipped all of the story that led up to it, it might not, like, it's an excellent story anyway, but I'm just saying that it might have been even more amazing if you knew the things that led to it. Like, for instance, some of the parts in the Endwalker story, and I'm going to be a little bit vague because sometimes people watch this stream that has not completed the story themselves. Some of the end parts of Endwalker, like, are related to things that happened in Stormblood. Particular music in the game references every previous expansion, things like that. It's a very complete experience, which is why I like to recommend doing the full story. I'm not saying you made a mistake. I'm just saying that
I highly recommend that if you really like the story in Final Fantasy XIV, you like a lot of people, you know the drill. Oh, the story gets really good after episode 100. You don't have to watch the first 100 episodes then, but it might be even better if you watched the slogged through the 100 leading up to, right? That's what I'm trying to say. A reindeer, you say? As a matter of fact, one went trotting by the amphitheater and down the lane not long ago. You can of course also just, I believe there are like story summary videos on YouTube where people like explain the majority of what happened in a specific expansion and or patch in like 10 minutes. So you get like the gist of it. A reindeer? Why yes, I saw it go dashing through the snow towards Smol Caetsu's amphitheater. Mars says, tissues were sacrificed. They volunteered as tribute. Yeah, I cried a lot in the Endwalker story as well, especially. There's that particular part near the end with that song. Close in the distance. Perfection. Absolute perfection. The very incarnation of crystalline beauty. Oh, were you speaking to me? Yes, me and the owlet. Reindeer. I can't say that I did, transfixed to this frozen masterpiece as I was. I vaguely recall having heard some clopping noises passing behind me, though. Must have been something of the sort. Pokeshak says, Amarat's Dungeon's final boss. All my team is dead, like 15% of HP of the boss. No save spaces left, and I kill him alone. It took me more than 5 minutes. Yeah, that's correct. I think... I can't remember if I've mentioned it on stream, but the final boss of Amarat is soloable by a tank. I believe even a Dark Knight can do it, and I'm saying even Dark Knight, because Dark Knight has the worst self-healing of the tanks. Like, the boss simply does not have the power to kill a tank. Oh, adventurer, have you had any luck in locating... Blitzen, where have you been? I've been running myself ragged in search of you. Roar! Blitzen, why do you bray so? Why, to summon me, of course. Ho ho ho. That should probably have been more Sante ho, but it's fine. He's probably gonna give me another opportunity. And you are? Godbert Mandeville. At your service. I am the Saint of Nemea, and I have come at our antlered friend's behest to lead your misguided soul unto the soothing bosom of the Starlight Celebration. I will ask you plainly, young scholar. Do you understand why you were unable to coax forth the legendary twinkling of this reindeer's magics? So you do not know. Fortunately for you, naught escapes the Saint of Nemea's all-seeing eyes, which you cannot see because I'm wearing glasses. You see it too, do you not? The reason why our scholarly friend failed? Totally. You've forgotten who the celebration is held for. You've lost sight of the spirit of the Starlight Celebration. I think this one. You've forgotten who the celebration is held for. What? Of course I haven't forgotten. All know that the Starlight Celebration is held for the benefit of... Yes? The children. So you finally understand. Indeed, the Starlight Celebration exists for the good children of the realm. This our antlered friend knows well. But you, my scholarly friend, you were so obsessed with your work that you could only see the children as a means to prove your theory. Is it any wonder, then, that Blitzen was not minded to oblige your demands? It is as you say, good saint. Respecting the customs one seeks to understand is basic folklorist fieldwork. I shame my profession in forgetting it.
Wah! Wah! What a thing to say.
My thanks for comforting me, my friend, and my apologies for ignoring your feelings.
Ho ho ho! It seems my job here is done. I leave this man and this reindeer in your capable hands, adventurer. Happy Starlight to all, and to all, a good morning!
Does he say something else if it's not morning? Right, there isn't a moment to lose. Let us resume our research. Forgive me, force of habit. Let us resume our celebration of this wondrous season by bringing joy and happiness to children.
I want my mommy.
How convenient! A child in need.
That cry of distress. It comes from the other side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Come, my friends. Let's see. Timothy says, it's been reminding me of so many other Final Fantasies. It's referenced so much. Yeah, I think it's not incorrect to say that Final Fantasy XIV is like almost like a love letter to the entire franchise. It's basically packed with references to other other games in the franchise. Small things and big things alike. A lot of the music is directly referencing other games as well. And it might even be something small, like, oh, this particular boss in a dungeon happens to be from this Final Fantasy game. And because it uniquely is different, it has a different battle song than most end bosses would have, because it has a special edition for it specifically and things like that. It is excellent. Pokeshack says, I think the Mega Laser... I thought the Mega Laser was insta-kill, but no. Yeah, the mount is very nice. I tend to not like mounts with like extra buttons because I like to have my action bar. For some reason it feels like they're slightly less responsive in some way to me, but they're not. They're probably not, and it's something I'm making up in my head. So don't assume something based on what I'm saying on that. I just prefer mounts without that.
I want my mommy.
Yeah, you just said that. Oh dear, distraught as she is, how are we to learn what ails her? We need to settle her somehow. With sweets, perhaps? Or toys? Children like toys, right?
Rah!
Ooh, how pretty.
Well done, Blitzen. Well done. Now we may ask after the source of her woes. This feels like a Sunday morning cartoon.
Wah!
Greetings, little one. Tell me, what is it that troubles you?
Well, me and Mummy were on our way to the market, but suddenly she wasn't there, and I got scared.
I see. I expect that your mother's still nearby, in which case...
Is anyone missing a child? We have a lost child in search of her mother!
I hope that wasn't too loud.
Wah!
Oh, there you are. Thank goodness. Mummy, you were there. Then suddenly you were gone. I was so scared. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetling. I'm here now. Thank you so much for looking after my daughter, sir. Thank you, sir. And you too, Mr. Reindeer. Those shiny presents were really pretty.
Your hypothesis was correct, I see. What? Oh, right. I suppose Blitzen just proved my theory, didn't he? I was too concerned with helping the little one to notice. Well, I shan't complain. Seeing as we fulfilled our objective, shall we report back to Garanji? And Timothy says, the community on this game are the best possibly. I've played so many MMOs and never seen such a helpful amount of people on any MMO I ever played. Yeah, I agree. There are some bad eggs, like that's the case with all MMOs, but I do actually, I totally agree that overall the community is extremely nice. I think it's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, because some often people point to some specific things that the game does differently from other MMOs, but I think it's just not that, like, it's not that alone. Like, for example, if you do old, like, low-level content and get put into a dungeon with a first-timer, it is announced in the dungeon, and if you come from, I don't know, World of Warcraft, for instance, you would probably be mortified to hear that when you start a dungeon for the first time, everyone is told that someone is a first-timer, and you have a little sprout next to your name so everyone can see that it is you, probably. But that announcement is there's a first-timer in the group. If you complete the dungeon, then you get extra rewards, and those extra rewards are sort of things that higher level characters would care about, like extra tomestones and such. So that means that players are generally, they do not mind that there's a low level player that is a first timer. Another really huge thing about it is that in other MMOs there is a lot more to do on a weekly basis in the game. So if you want to get everything done on your list of chores, you need things to go fast. Like in some MMOs there is an infinite gearing treadmill, and that means that every minute that you play the game you could get better gear, which means that if someone in your party is bad, that means things take longer, which means you're losing out on potential gear, so that stresses you out and makes you angry. In Final Fantasy XIV, you can flat out buy close to the best gear in the game from the market board. And it's not that expensive, all things considered. So the whole gearing process of spammable content isn't really there. The content that gives you the best gear is limited in how many times you can do it. So you don't need to worry about like power grinding gear all the time. There is, in any given patch, there are 4 bosses that give the best gear in the game. And if you can kill those, that's it. You beat those. That, like, if you have like farming the boss down in a coordinated raid team, you can do that probably in an evening. It'll take a long time to master the fight to that degree, but when you're done, you just have to, you know, do it every week. And you don't even have to, it's optional. Because come next raid tier, there will be crafted gear that is better. So there is no incentive to power grind gear. The best gear in the game will only be like some steps above gear that is available to everyone. And I think that might be one of the biggest factors into why such a large amount of the player base is so relaxed and mellow about this whole gearing issue, and doing content does not have to go fast, because okay, when the dungeon is over, what are you then gonna do? Like, there's nothing you need to hurry to get done, right? I remember a particular time where people were really stressed and things got very heated was at the start of the raid tier that is ongoing right now. And the time people really started to get stressed was like when they were running out of days in the current weekly reset, which is exactly the problem that you see in other MMOs, because every second of your time means potential gear when there is savage bosses to be beaten. Then it means that you're actually in a hurry. You're genuinely actually in a hurry. Oh, thank you, Sip. Sip is someone from my free company and one of my good friends. He also gave the outfit that we're wearing right now. Now we can have... Now we have to choose between glasses or Christmassy hat. What should we go for? We need to get that in the glamour chest first. But yes, there is... I think that the whole friendliness of the community is that you don't have to stress so much over things. And Timothy says, I just got to item level 585. So if you have about 1 million, 2 million gil, hypothetically, you would be able to go to the market board. I can show you when we're done with this quest. And you can just flat out buy 610 gear. And that should serve you well until like April, May or so. Pick the Excalibur server. Is that a bad one? That's a good question. Let's see if we can find Excalibur. Excalibur is on the same as Behemoth. The same data center as Behemoth. So it is in America. So Pokeshack is also in America, I believe. The American data centers. So if you happen to be on a server that has really high prices, then you can use the world travel, which you can access at an ether, like a large ether ride in any of the 3 starting main cities, to just visit one of the more populated servers with cheaper prices. Or you can log out to the character select, right-click the name of your character, and choose data center travel. And then you can visit a data center with more people if you want to. There are websites to check the prices on different data centers so you can compare. But overall, I think most servers, aside from the oceanic ones I think I've heard, should be somewhat close in price on the newest gear.
Ah, welcome back, everyone. How did you fare in the end?
Very well, I'm pleased to say. We managed to reunite a lost child with her mother, and for a happy side benefit, succeeded in proving my theory.
My, the 3 of you have been busy indeed. Thank you for your help, adventurer.
Allow me to offer my gratitude as well. Were it not for you, I would have remained blind to what's truly important. Whoa!
Saying thanks as well, are you? But it seems to me you played as important a role as any today, Blitzen. You are as dependable a little helper as I have ever known. It's curious though, at first he seemed wholly unmotivated to act, but then showed the illusion of his own volition. What do you suppose inspired his change of heart?
I believe the answer is concern. In the beginning he could tell that I held none for the children and sought only academic satisfaction. Pure of heart as he is, how could Blitzen be moved to assist me? However, when he sensed that the concern I held for that crying child was genuine, he no longer felt resistance to using his powers.
Blitzen sounds like quite the intuitive fellow.
Reindeer generally are. As herd animals, they are accustomed to sensing even the slightest shift in feeling or intent. And this is but another theory, but I suspect that Blitzen's ancestors conjured their illusions in response to the feelings of love and kindness they sensed in the people around them. Such reindeer were far more plentiful back then, Some were even domesticated to pull sleighs. No doubt younglings had ample opportunity to witness the same spectacular illusions we now find so precious.
It is truly unfortunate that Blitzen's kin have so declined in number. But I will cherish their invaluable contribution to the Starlight Celebration. Thank you for sharing this fascinating history with us. If I was able to impart even a modicum of the passion I feel towards my subject, I will count myself very blessed indeed. But that reminds me. There's one last task for which I would appreciate your assistance, to wit, sharing Blitzen's miraculous illusions and the joy they inspire with as many children as we can find. Speaking in the true spirit of Starlight, Lorenzen, I dare say you will be a little helper yet.
Roar! And that, of course, explains the optional stuff that leads after this in the story, which we're not going to be doing. It's a lot of stuff, but I think some people would find it very funny. I think there's a reference to like a Starlight Celebration from 6 years ago in this. Speak with Lorenzen to accompany him on a special Starlight Celebration mission. Who knows what familiar faces you might encounter. But I did want to showcase like the general event. Like I feel like this is a good way to like showcase time passing as we do the main quest. We did Halloween when that was a thing, so we do the Starlight Celebration when that is a thing. And for anyone that is like, oh, but didn't they say that there was like a tree you could buy? It's here. You do the quest, buy the tree. Right. Second thing, showing Timothy the gear thing. So. One thing. So the way you go about it is relatively simple because the market board sorts itself very nicely. So go to the market board. Need a helmet. Needed to be level 90. Let's say Paladin, because that's what you were seeking. There it is. Now, the important thing with crafted gear is that the icon needs to look like this. It needs to look like this. It has to have that golden shine on it and that strange icon at the end of the name. For those not sure what that means, this is a normal quality item, and this is a high quality item. If you're wondering how I'm doing this, if you hold Control by default, it will switch to the alternative version of items like this. Being a normal quality item is like equivalent to losing about 10 item levels, if not more. You don't want to use normal quality gear after like level 50 if you can get away with it. So you just go find high quality equipment and you just buy that. There is going to be opportunities to upgrade this gear to 620 sometime, like when the patch comes in January, so that's also something to watch out for. I will release a video on the subject. And Timothy says, I assumed blue stuff and purple stuff was best. So, a high quality crafted item that is the same item level as a blue item is actually equal in power if they are the same item level. That is mostly just to indicate what you get it from. Blue items tend to be bought from NPCs only. The only thing that is slightly different is that purple items, which are exclusively relics, these items often have extra secondary stats. So that means stuff like critical hit or determination. But ultimately they will have the same strength or vitality as a weapon of the same item level. For example, right now you can at max level get these things called the Mandeville weapons. They are item level 615. I can't really show a 615 to compare, I don't think. No. But the difference between a Mandeville weapon of item level 615 and a normal one is if, say, the Mandeville weapon was item level 610, The mandible weapon will instead have had, if it was this axe, it would have had 245 critical hit and 245 determination. And then also 2 materia slots. That's the main difference. The later parts of relic weapons, as they get upgraded through a quest line, you often will be allowed to customize the weapon more, or they have extra materia slots and things like that, but it all boils down to extra secondary stats. So it's not like you have to get the best gear from somewhere specific, it's mainly a matter of item level. Ultimately, it's a matter of item level and not much else. Some people might say that's really boring. Some people might say I like that because then I don't have to think as much about it. Personally, I think that it's funny name. That the main problem with gearing in Final Fantasy XIV is that because of the very few options for getting gear in any given item level range, like for instance 610 as I was mentioning, there are I think two gear options that are item level 610 for any given slot. So like if the helmet, the crafted helmet, does not have the stats that you want on it, like maybe you're a job that doesn't like skill speed, and that is a thing, you'd rather not have it, then if the one that comes from the normal raid, which also drops 610, also has skill speed on it, then you have no choices. All the options are bad, right? And yeah, exactly, because the gearing process is so simple, it's very easy to get into. There's not a huge amount of things you need to keep in mind when trying to gear up your character. It's pretty approachable in general. There we go. Now we have Christmassy Smol Kai. And I think it's good. The majority of players that really care about gearing will be those that are doing Savage content. And if you're doing Savage content, you also have like 2 options for gear for each gear piece, but usually they're somewhat optimized by design. So it's a non-issue for them, and they have like max, like optimized gear lists that the math nerds figure out. Timothy says, my thing is learning the mechanics for the savage content. I don't want to fail my team. So everyone has to start somewhere. The key thing to watch for when looking for teams to join, it is a little hard because it's all locked, right? So it doesn't show me the details, but usually there will be parties that are specifically practice parties. So with this sign, that is the kind of sign you want to go for when you're learning a fight. Or at least make sure that whoever you're joining is aware that it's your first time, so you're not going in with people expecting you to know. And Timothy says, I don't want to watch videos because I want to experience them myself. Yeah, there are different places where you can read a guide. Let me think. If I remember correctly, there's this channel called Hector Lectures, that makes guides for Savage content, and for the most part he makes them with like props and like a drawing of the arena and things like that. So while it is a video where he shows the things, he usually does not actually show the footage of the fight happening, meaning that you get to experience that yourself, but he explains in extremely good detail what happens and what you need to do about it. So if you want to be like sort of blind on what it looks like, but don't want to be like completely spoiled, but you do want to know the mechanics, you can watch that. And look, Poe's here. But I get it. I can imagine that it might be very scary to go into Savage Raiding completely blind. Just for the sake of people that get scared when they hear the tell notification, I'll mute that. That was me. Yeah. Actually, we will. The next thing we'll be doing is going into the main quest, so I will be right back really quickly, and then I'll be ready to go really hard on the main quest. Alright, I'm back. And Poe says, honestly, the best way to experience things is just to experience them, instead of thinking of failing a team, and that is actually true. The worst thing that can happen if you wipe is that you have to try again. Well, the worst thing that can happen is that the party disbands and you have to find a new one, but that is really it. The long and the short of it is that that on one hand you might think that in Final Fantasy XIV everyone's so nice and not super rude to each other, but there's also the part that you can actually get banned for being mean. So if people are really mean or rude to you, you can report them and they will get punished. So you don't have to worry about extremely rude backlash if you make a mistake. As long as you don't, you know, get really mean in return. But yeah, it's not that scary. It's just difficult. Savage isn't easy. Oh, I will actually get started on the main quest that we intended to do. And thank you, Maha. Seb says, you should do our mail considering you have the quest. No, that will be something we'll have to do in a side quest episode at some point.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
No, I'm going to a Christmas party later. you can see I have the hat. I planned. I'm sorry. As if you have to ask.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
This is a very roundabout way for everyone to volunteer.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things.
Tataru.
I
Oh.
trust you have no objections.
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
How come Tataru can't watch the things? Does it have to be someone capable of combat? I guess it does.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kosetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 miles apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Now it's not voice acted. I was about to think that I was out of a job. Just a moment. Timothy says, I did that today, I'm guessing. Or Vale, from what Zip said. My main quest says to be continued. Guess I just gotta gear up now for Savage stuff. That is correct. My advice on that, if you're, you know, preparing yourself to do Savage stuff, is that if you check your currency list, which is by default Control-C, or you click your currency wherever you put it on your screen, or there is like in the characters stuff, there is a tombstone that has a weekly cap that you can only get 450 of. This tombstone is used to buy 620 gear, which is even better than what you can buy for money. Make sure that you get all 450 of that every week. The easiest way to do that is to do expert roulette once a day. That'll get you capped in 5 days from just doing a single dungeon every day. There are also other ways, but this is like the simplest one to just go, I'll just do that. Beyond that, you can use the astronomy tombstones that you get from stuff to buy crafting materials that you can sell for money. I do talk a little bit about that in a simple money-making guide that I have. And if you unlock the newest raid and do it on normal, that drops tokens that you can use to exchange for 610 gear. And then, beyond this, buy 610 crafted gear.
in about a month, you will be able to use astronomy and crafted gear to buy 620 crafted gear. It's a little complicated, but it means that eventually crafted gear will become 620 as well. So those are your main options. And then when you actually set foot inside the Savage Raid, you want to make sure that your item level is at least complete 610 across the board. Preferably higher, but you can only do so much with weekly caps and stuff. And make sure that your gear has materia in it. And then you might get some gear when the boss dies and you get 630 equipment. But yes, generally the gameplay loop now is just gearing up and experiencing all the old content that you haven't seen yet, if you want to.
1,000 realms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then?
Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me? Me? What? Now? Alright, then if you insist. What do you think? As you can see, I decided to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise.
Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the science receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress.
It's lovely, Tataru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion.
You will need to.
I'm glad you like it, and with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels.
Then onward to Gyabania. Our first stop will be at Amarisai's Spire in the East Shroud. My first stop, as you can see, will be at the Christmas party on the way there. Timothy says, I subscribe to you and plan on watching more for sure. You're very helpful. Thank you so much. I'm listening and taking in everything. I'm glad to hear it, and thank you so much. I do plan to cover how Paladin works when they rework it again. But that'll be in January, of course. Just in case you're still choosing to play Paladin by that point. Who knows? Maybe you decide to play something else. That's always a possibility. But thank you. All are present and accounted for. When you're ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Gyabania. The officer? Ah, the Science of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? And Timothy says, I love Paladin, even if it's the worst job, I'm never switching. I didn't mean to suggest you would switch because of the capability of the job. I was suggesting maybe you discovered something you liked more.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Gyabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Stormblood, to be specific. Yeah, like, you don't have to choose a job based on what is good or what is bad. Unlike, well, I know that in MMOs it is not unusual for some jobs to just not be viable. I never played Final Fantasy XI, but I seem to understand that some jobs in that MMO are like unfairly weak in some aspects, and others are just really easy and strong, so that they're just better picks overall. As based on what I know, I don't know that much, so I'm not saying that it is like that or isn't. It's just that is a good example. In Final Fantasy XIV, every job can beat every encounter in the game. When there was a short period where the most recent raid tier was overtuned, such that that was not the case, within like 2 weeks, they nerfed it, like reduced the boss's HP by like 1%. You might think that's absolutely ridiculous that that's what it would take, but it is, because Savage Raid is extremely tightly tuned, especially if you're undergeared, which is what world first players are typically. That 1% made it possible for the quote-unquote weakest jobs to participate. So you never have to worry about playing a job that suddenly isn't viable. You might run into a situation that players believe that they need to have the best jobs, but you know, that's how it be sometimes with games in general. You're not playing the best, even though it's 0.1% better than the second best, then they're mad for some reason. And Timothy says, Dark Knight was the best DPS on there, now it's a tank on here. Well, there you go. Well, they did keep in the spirit of the Dark Knight, because I believe Dark Knight is... that sort of changes a little bit back and forth, but I do believe that the Dark Knight is the strongest tank in terms of damage output. Let me just check. Before I say something on that. Right, so the strongest tank in terms of damage output right now is Gunbreaker, but Dark Knight does like 0.3% less DPS than a Gunbreaker, and for the sake of example, Paladin does 0.3% less DPS than a Dark Knight, and Warrior does like 0.5% less DPS than Paladin, so it's really close. It's so close that it does not matter. It does not matter. If you can't beat the boss, it is most likely because there's some mechanic you're doing wrong, not your job choice. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them, but we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Balzar's wall weren't enough, Ilbert summoned a primal right on their doorstep, and Garlemald is not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilbert's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance.
Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear.
Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed.
Ha! Of all the Castra in all the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing elegant weapon and draconic primal, Omega and Shinru, I think the shinobi called it. Omega and Shinru, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying the Trail of Destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Then 'tis like Omega fell to Earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. Anyway, bye. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Giabania, we'll need their blessing.
Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking.
Stop talking and start walking. And Timothy says we had geomancers on there too. Fun fact, in Final Fantasy XIV, geomancers are Far Eastern astrologians. You learn this by doing the astrologian storyline.
As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. The headquarters are located in a place called Ralga's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Villadina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it.
Much easier to pronounce these names when they're no longer like French inspired. It's really hard sometimes to read French. Oh, wait a minute. I managed to remember that I need to touch the Aetheryte before Pokeshak did. Timothy says, and Beastmaster too. Imagine making an enemy you encounter fight for you. That's true. In Final Fantasy XIV, the closest to something as wild as that we have is Blue Mage. And that is a limited job. Which literally does what you said. I used to pacify Cactua and use 10,000 needles on everything. Yes, exactly. When you're leveling to like level 50 with Blue Mage, that's what you do. You sleep everything and go up and use 1,000 needles on it. But Blue Mage is a limited job because it's insanely overpowered. Which means it can only go to level 70. But it has been discussed, it's been a while, a long while at this point, but it was at least briefly discussed that they were thinking of adding another limited job, and the job that they were thinking of was Beastmaster. If you're interested in the inspiration for Beastmaster, there's this optional content called Boja in Final Fantasy XIV. You can unlock access to this by doing the Stormblood Alliance raids from start to finish, because story reasons one thing leads to another. In Boja, there are Beastmasters, NPC Beastmasters, but that's the inspiration. They use a one-handed axe and a shield. And Pokeshak says, what I've done now? Well, Pokeshak, I almost forgot to grab the Aetheryte. Usually you remind me.
Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim.
Timothy says Blue Mage was OP in Final Fantasy XI too. Ah, okay. Yeah, the reason why Blue Mage is incredibly overpowered in Final Fantasy XIV is because it gets many of those weird spells from like Final Fantasy, the franchise as a whole, that would not fly in a balanced piece of content. Like Blue Mage in Final Fantasy XIV gets Missile, which has a very high chance, if it works. The key thing here, if it works, it has an extremely high chance to just cut the enemy's health in half. You can just repeatedly cast that until it's low enough that you can easily kill it. Most bosses are immune these days, but still.
I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castellum Veludina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving.
But I would also say that even if you take away some of the most broken actions that Blue Mage has, it's also just a balancing thing. They could probably make a fairly balanced Blue Mage if they wanted to, but a lot of the charm of Blue Mage is the silliness of the job in Final Fantasy XIV, namely that Blue Mage very clearly feels like a blank slate kind of job. Your rotation doesn't, use gauges like all the other jobs and things like that. You just use whatever actions aren't on cooldown. Incidentally, the burst rotation of the Blue Mage, which includes the spell Moonflute, which makes you do 50% more damage for 15 seconds and then unable to do anything for 15 seconds, means that the Blue Mage rotation is extremely explosive and then nothing, which often makes it able to beat things in record time. Without its instant kill options, of course. Oh, that was the Dragoon quest. My bad. Surprise! I saw destination and clicked on it.
It would seem man is capable of using lots of styles when creating buildings. I had been expecting something similar to those found in the churning mists. Let us venture inside and see if Faulim cannot be found. Aye, sir. Your help, if you please.
Oh, I was supposed to run further. That's fine. Remember I am Kisil? Well, that was the one enemy I think we had to fight. But I'll remember it next time, Oshak. Thank you. You're right. I forgot it again.
I had been admiring the craftsmanship of man when it suddenly moved towards me, though I struggle to believe this is what the legends refer to as the slumbering worm.
Researching the slumbering worm, are we? It is always nice to see others take up an interest in history, even if it is entirely shallow.
Wait, you know of the slumbering worm? We have journeyed here for the very purpose of meeting that dragon.
Haha, you Dravanians could do with studying up on your history. The time when one could meet the worm has long since passed. The High Priest Heimat, also known as the Slumbering Worm, departed this world over 300 years ago.
The Slumbering Worm was a mere man?
But of course, why would you think otherwise? Heimat was a monk renowned for his mastery of meditation, though, when necessary, he was quite capable of harnessing his worm-like strength to trounce his foes. He earned the Slumbering Worm alias after blah 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 100 men blah 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 blah. However, blah 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 fell asleep. Are you sleeping? Blah 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 blah.
Well, it seems we must begin our search anew. Don't worry about him talking. Let me talk. I worry I too may become a slumbering worm should I listen to this tiring man any longer. Let us pay a visit to Sir Albrecht instead. Anyone Houston holds in such high regard can surely aid our hunt. Anyway, bye. He just keeps talking. Aw. You know, I feel bad for him. That reminds me of when we were doing, I think it was, we were doing some stuff leading up to the Garuda fight in A Realm Reborn, and the NPC was explaining something, like, technical in detail, like, actually relevant, you could say. And then the game just went, but you don't care about that, do you? And then just skipped over it, and I was like, wait, no! I wanted to hear it! Well... I don't know if I wanted to hear this, but I did feel bad for Eric. He finally found someone to share his knowledge with, and they're just like, don't care. And Timothy says, I never mained Blue Mage in Final Fantasy XI. I messed around with it up to about mid-40ish. Oh, okay. I haven't played Final Fantasy XI, but I have seen some of it. The other day, out of just pure interest, I watched a guide from start to finish on how the Puppet Master works. Because I thought it was extremely fascinating.
We're here. On the other side of this pass is Ralka's Reach.
So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this?
Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Y'shtola, or lack thereof. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Guardians. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tataro told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight.
Excellent.
That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and, don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare.
That might not be a good idea. And Timothy says, Puppet Master was one of the best looking jobs as far as animations in my opinion. Oh.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Yeah, what I specifically saw in that Puppet Master video was that they said that the DPS on the job was somewhat lacking due to something with their weapon choice or something like that.
a similar issue to Monk or something like that. I didn't really understand it given that I hadn't played the game, but it was interesting. Also the part where you could use your pet to tank. And it being viable, more importantly. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. But first, Aetheryte. One thing I think is very interesting in what I learned when looking at Final Fantasy XI things was that where Final Fantasy XIV has decided to sort of modernize, quote-unquote, by simplifying a lot of things like enmity management, buff management in some capacity, things like that, like removing weird, like strangeness in jobs and making it very streamlined. It feels like Final Fantasy XI instead went and embraced it and went, no, this is complicated, deal with it. Which some players, I'm pretty sure, prefer, which is a good thing that they choose to stick to their guns on that department.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades.
All of my comrades are named Alphino Leveilleur.
Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monargo told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolga it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
Huh. I feel like this particular storyline is suddenly strangely what's the word? Timely? Like, this exact scenario sounds somehow familiar. Timothy says, RMT was out of control. Oh, you could buy all of your endgame gear with Gil back then. Now most drops and gear say market prohibited on them before everything was sellable. Oh, yeah, I can see how that would be a problem. I can see that. Yeah. Can buy anything, then real money trading becomes very popular. Like, you don't have to do content if you have money. That's not good. That's not healthy for the game.
So, it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time.
Forgive me. You are free to look around Ralgo's reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances.
Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the resistance capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Caetsu. Great, let's get started.
But if we look past the RMT aspect of it, Timothy, how do you feel if, like, since it sounds like you played the game through this entire this entire situation, do you feel that the game is better for market prohibiting all these items, or did you actually like the aspect that you could, you know, be like a merchant, you could say, and earn gear that way instead? Or do you think that the game is entirely better for demanding that no, you actually have to raid to get better gear? Because it's very easy for someone from the outside looking in saying, oh, it's only better because if you could buy gear, it's bad. It's complicated, this stuff, so it's better to take it from, you know, a perspective that was there and lived it. And you say it's 1000% better. Okay, that's good.
I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some beastmen, well, beast women, I suppose, like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Guardians to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystal into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them. Anyway, let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralga, shall we?
And Timothy says they introduced more unique currency to redeem your gear. I believe that's very similar to how they do it in Final Fantasy XIV. When you beat a Savage Raid boss, rather than dropping the item outright, it typically drops either a treasure coffer that when you open it, it will simply give you the item that for the specific slot the treasure coffer says, but matching your job or role so that you can equip it, or it drops a token of some sort that you can trade for the exact item that you want. Because if they drop the literal item, it makes it much more complicated with loot distribution. It makes it very annoying if no one in your group is the job, or play is the job that the gear dropped for. It's not very fun.
Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea besieged the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Gyr Abania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast, hells open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed in the stone by a monk of the Fist of Ralga. Ida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us. It is. But if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Ah, sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary.
Storm of blood! Timothy says on top, and the top raids back then, just to even do them, you had to plan them in advance. There was no duty finder at all. You had to form alliances with other parties of 8 to even have a chance to defeat it, to defeat every enemy. Every enemy was like a mini-boss. It took like an hour just to get to the end. 30 or 40 minutes if the group was like really strong. That is, well, like I have heard that possibly the strongest boss ever made in an MMO was in Final Fantasy XI. What was its name? The thing with the lance that just got adjusted every time people found a way to defeat it. The one that people tried to brute force by fighting it for like 12 hours.
This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next.
6 groups of 8-man squads. And Final Fantasy XIV has a hard enough time with 3 8-man squads. Well, not entirely. I believe Delubrum Reginae doesn't I think that one had 6? Actually 6 8-man groups? On Savage, specifically. And that one is like brutally difficult. I think that one had 48 players.
When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design.
Is it? Oh, missing the top, sort of.
Dating back decades to when the Fist of Ralga was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the Shuttlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Okay, Elise. I'm pretty sure I already did. Didn't I? I did.
They were called Dynamis. What, was the boss called Dynamis? Or the specific raid?
Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks got it. The resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alfred and Alice are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on?
Give me the hat. The raid was called Dynamis. Interesting. Isn't that fascinating, fellow Final Fantasy XIV players, that even the word Dynamis isn't something Final Fantasy XIV came up with? That is also somehow a reference to a different Final Fantasy game.
Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants? They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We've finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch Yestola and Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me.
Oh, we just got teleported. That threw me a little bit for a loop.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Yestola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
And Timothy says, and with no duty finder, it made it very difficult to get together 48 players. Isn't Final Fantasy XI like older than... I think Final Fantasy XI predates even World of Warcraft, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. About 2 years. So it's not entirely surprising that the problems that World of Warcraft had with putting together a raid of 40 players, even with guilds and stuff, Final Fantasy XI would have even more trouble 2 years before that.
Right, then Menago and Mifrid are to be our keepers. Knowing naught of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Caetsu. Your ether compass may now be used to locate ether currents in new regions. It worked perfectly fine before I entered Ralga's Reach, so I disagree on that one. I knew that already. Doesn't matter which one we take, so let's do Mifrid. Hello. At the risk of repeating myself, it's hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places, though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Do we remember him? I think I remember him, but I'm pretty sure that if I say yes, he'll remind me. Of course I remember you. Mifrid? I'm impressed. Given everything you went on to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for forgetting all about your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. I did believe it was Quarry Mill. As for me, I went to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundobald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went to Uldar for work. But, as you can see, I chose to come back to Giovannia and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alaganha. Alaganha? If you're going there, you're taking me with you.
That's right. You're from Alaganha, aren't you, niece? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Can we take both quests so I don't have to go back here later? I can! Excellent! Hey Menago, I also want your quest. Don't worry about me being two places at once. I can.
Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Science again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good, me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. And thank you. Now, to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castrum Oriens. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great! That's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the path leading out of the Reach.
Here's a fun fact. If you have ever heard anyone talk about Rauban Savage in Final Fantasy XIV, if you've ever heard anyone refer to Rauban Savage, it's related to the quest line that Menago leads you to, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, somewhere around here, like the quest leads you down this way, and you reach this point at some point, and you have to talk with Rauban. But there was a bug that made it so that when you talked with him, I believe he was like on a 5-minute lock or something like that, or maybe more than that. Basically, only one person could progress the quest at a time, or something to that effect. Which meant that there was an enormous queue of players here trying to do something. If you went the other way with Mifrid, you would eventually reach the point where you had to go back into the Menago part, which meant you would enter the queue and you'd just be like, what's going on? And just see people that you saw here when you picked up the quest originally, and you didn't see them go to Mifrid, but somehow they haven't progressed. And that
is when you know you're in trouble. Because we're not going anywhere. And that is Rauba and Savage. One thing you will also notice is that Final Fantasy XIV has for ages had this, like, if you noticed, they did it in Endwalker, they've done it in Shadowbringers, they also did it in Stormblood. One of the first quests they will give you in the story will be a 2-path quest. They only do it once in every expansion. One of the first quests sends you down 2 paths to do 2 different storylines, and then never again for the rest of the expansion. The reason they do this is to reduce the load on the servers, as far as I know. If everyone is getting sent down the same path, it's much more brutal for, well, the servers handling that portion of the game. Whereas if you send them down 2 different ways, then it halves the burden on both sides. These days where they have this like almost sharding like feature where they have multiple rooms in the same area when there's a lot of players, it's less of a problem, but the concept is the same. You may notice that World of Warcraft has also done this for some years now, that the starting zones tend to be like you can go multiple ways so that they spread out the player base. It's actually really fascinating that MMOs have discovered this trick, so they make their stories fit into that mold. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alaganha. Clear the barricade if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages than there than out here, but also more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. It doesn't really matter which way we go, I'm just going this way first because Mefrit was right here. You know, just the same way that I did the Dragoon quest is that I just mindlessly walked up to the first quest marker on my screen. And also, it seems like Maha is very excited for Monaco.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
Someone just wrote to me in Tell. You know, I've been invited to free companies a whole bunch of times on stream, and I decline them because they just outright invite me without saying anything. Someone actually asked first. I'm going to respond to them and just being upfront with what the character is. But the first free company I joined on my main was actually the first free company that bothered to ask before they just tossed an invite at me. I feel like that says a lot about the person behind the free company if they bother to talk with you before just inviting someone. So I just told them outright that this is a streaming character and the chat is typically hidden, so there's nothing to worry about privacy, but maybe they wouldn't want a streaming out in their free company. They would probably rather have, quote unquote, a main character, if that makes sense. I'll give them a moment. We have a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So far as the Imperials are concerned, this is not more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The village is to the east. Keep watch for patrols as we move. Yeah, exactly, Pokecheck. I'm just walking and then I see a thing and I just click that instead of going a specific path. It doesn't matter which order we do the quests in, as long as they're like, technically they're both in a chronological order by design. Nary an Imperial in sight. That's a mercy. Alaganha's due east, past that bridge. Follow me. It's not much further. So now we will join a free company. Now look, we're regal now. Now we get dropped a bunch of helps. And Pokeshack will be back later. Alright. Have a good one, Pokeshack. And thank you. We have XP boost from the free company now. And also reduced rates. That's my favorite combination. That's the one my free company does as well. And Timothy says, a huge difference is the open world enemies I noticed were way harder in Final Fantasy XI. I went from 70 to 90 off pure main quest. I never even fought open world enemies like that. Yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, the whole like open world farming stuff is it's very quest focused and dungeon focused, whereas I do know that isn't there like dungeons that are literally just you just walk in and things spawn as you're there in Final Fantasy XI? I think it's something like that. So it's very different. If I remember correctly, Eureka and a little bit Bosja, but mostly Eureka, which is also optional content from Stormblood, is designed to give the same feel, mostly Eureka, as leveling up in Final Fantasy XI. You have to grind mobs to level up in Eureka. It's not as brutal as it used to be when it was current content, but it's still there. And you can still do it. They have given a huge buff to compensate for the fact you will likely do a lot of it solo now. It used to be much harder. You can rest easy. We made it. This is Alaganda.
It feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry. That has nothing to do with why we are here. We need recruits.
Aye, we do, but as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall, never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alaganha lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. And again, after Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so.
So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wouldn't be as simple as giving a speech to the village square.
Not if you didn't want the place to be burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after.
Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there are still some brave men and women here willing to fight.
Yes. The fiercest little lost child on the battlefield. And Timothy says, yeah, exactly. The dungeons were huge open areas you would level up in. Well, there you go. I also remember people have told stories about how you had literally like leveling parties. You had to put together a party to farm things to level up efficiently. Raganfried, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. And Timothy says that here, like item levels keep you out of certain dungeons, but back now, but you like the change. I'm guessing that you like the difference. I mean, I think both things are good. There's not like open dungeons like that. It's just one style of game, and more closed things like in Final Fantasy XIV, it's just a different kind of game. So I think both are equally valid. That's how I see it, at least. I think it's mostly a matter of what kind of game you're in the mood for. I have considered trying Final Fantasy XI. It's just not, as far as I understand, it's not trivial to just open the game. Maybe I should ask John. I do believe there's someone that I might be able to talk with about how it is done. I don't know where I would start, and I don't know if I would ever find enough time to reach a significant level in the game. Don't know you, traveler. You're a merchant? You'll not find much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I did not send word ahead of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alaganha, and I would know of your recent troubles. Ah, you are comrades of Mifrid, I see. I see. Speak on, though I suspect I know your purpose. The Griffin came with many men, and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? He lit a fire in their hearts, and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes, and now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it will be different. This time? Could cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, even our god, and they demand a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards, with every fibre of my being. But hate's not enough, Mifrid. I can't. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now, let us be, and never return.
You've got no right to speak to us like that.
Actually, he does, I think. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. Yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village.
No, you don't, because it's my village too. My home.
What in the hells are you on about? Wait. I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls.
Lise Hext, and I'm here. I'm here to take back my homeland.
By Ralga, the last time I saw you, you were... I didn't even know if you were still alive, and I never thought you would come.
I almost didn't, and my sister never will. Lots of others won't either, and that's why we've got to carry on the fight.
You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is as much your home as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more.
Yes, I heard you the first time.
Well, you don't have to be rude back, Lise.
Let's go.
So, what was the point of that announcement? You can't tell me to leave. Alright, fair enough. What do you want to do with that? I'm going to leave.
Hey, CI. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear it.
And how are you doing?
Timothy says, before anyone can enter any dungeon at any level with any gear, but you will get one-shotted if you go certain spots. Oh yeah, that's true. That is a very classic MMO, isn't it? Oh, you can go anywhere you want. The world is your oyster. Oh, you can't go that way. There are level 40s there, and you just started. You lost over half of your XP meter. Oh yeah, in Eureka that's also how it works. If you die, you lose experience, but if you get rest by another player, you lose significantly less. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Ragenfried might help us to recruit some of his people. But that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're to convince any of them to join, we'll first need to regain their trust. It's risky and it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly, see what problems they've got, and if we can do anything to help. I mean, Mefrid, the elder literally said there was no one to recruit.
Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around.
Oh, boots. And Timothy says, if you were max level, 2 deaths would actually de-level you. Oh, that's actually an interesting detail, because I have heard about this, that when you die, you lose experience, but that has always caused some problems for me to understand it, because what I would see was like, but if you're max level, that means if you die once, you would level down, right? Because you have 0 experience, you're max level. But if there's like you can like stockpile like experience so that you need 2 deaths to D-level, then that makes a lot more sense. I think losing experience for dying is the most brutal sort of punishment in MMOs and RPGs in general. It's really evil and very demotivating. A new face in Alagana? What would you ask of me then? A stranger and a generous soul besides? Bollocks, there's not more suspicious than a good Samaritan. Oh. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I expect you'd go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Yes. Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother's working the rocks by Grimmin, ain't it? He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? Right then, Frightened Quirrell is his name. That's an annoying name. Bit rude. Ask him for the leftovers. He ought to understand.
We have Angry Curl and Frightened Curl, the brothers. Well, I'm going to grab this other quest before I help you, mister. You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. I want to help. Looking for folks down on their luck? Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Heart labors right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's a tea what helps with it, though. I'd need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. Eh? You'll go and get some for me just like that? You needn't trouble yourself so. Well, I will. You've told me your problem, so now you can't stop me. I'll do the thing. You would gain a feature called Overlevel, and its purpose was exactly so that you had XP loaded so that you could lose it. Oof. Could you imagine with how many times you wipe when progressing like Savage content in Final Fantasy XIV? Oh man. Could just imagine wiping twice and then having to like take a break to farm back up to level so that you can try 2 more times. That is an interesting aspect with older style MMOs that did these things, is that often the hardest part about the game was a lot of the prep work that was mandatory to even be able to set foot into the difficult content. Like, if it takes you hours to get ready for raiding, and then that prep only gives you like a couple of tries before you have to go, you know, and level again, then like consider that something like in Final Fantasy XIV, the hardest content, ultimates, those are like, I think some of them are like 20 minutes from start to finish. Like a kill try would be 20 minutes. Now remember that you might take like 2, 3, 4 hours of raiding a night, which means that if you were close to beating it, you would still, you know, get nearly 10 tries in. But when you're still progressing on the first bits, you might have 20, 30, 40 tries. But imagine if every time you wiped twice, you had to pause to, I don't know, farm experience for 1 or 2 hours. Then progressing on the hardest content in the game would involve, you know, 3 or 4 tries on the content and prep work for the rest of the evening. That is not to say that content was easier or harder in this old style of MMO. It was more that content would be forced to stand for way longer simply because people didn't have the ability to challenge it very often compared to how it is in Final Fantasy XIV, for example. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone in his stead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy, mind, so be careful when you pick them up. Unconscionably heavy sacks. Well, now that then they're in my pocket, they're not heavy anymore, as you can see. But it is interesting that it's that different. I think also that having the punishment for wiping be that brutal also means that it is that people try much harder to like make every try count. It's a lot more serious if you wipe. But I wonder if if the content would be would be designed more to be easier because it would be so brutal to wipe. Yeah, I imagine that a single D level would make it impossible to beat the boss. Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers. You load 10 and 6 ons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Oh yeah, that's a song. Can't remember how it goes. You load 10 and 6 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Well, I'll be. You actually went and brought the whole lot. Much oblige. Much oblige. It's saltpeter for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by the lakes have got good deposits. It ain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plodding quarryman, all the while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side, to bundle up and sell to the settlers what trade with the resistance. It's a living. It's a living, and a way of fighting back besides. A way of spitting in the Guardian's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even, though if he were alive, he'd not belong for this world if he were caught fighting for the resistance. So this is the best we can do. That's the long and the short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everybody's got a reason, but in the end, the result is the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know, is all. That we know why you're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. Timothy says, I noticed in Final Fantasy XIV there's some sort of overlevel bar. What do you mean? Like that there's an XP bar even though you're max level? And that it fills up with something? Is that what you mean?
You've been gone a while. What brings you back to Alaganha? Oh, I never meant to. I mean, in times like these, you never think people will actually. This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know, whereas a live one... You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as rebel, or so they said. Not that what? Not that it made a difference if I'd fought back. I knew what the lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. Didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I went back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me too, and many others, I imagine. Help them too if you like. They'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much.
So basically, I explained it in a little bit of detail in my leveling guide video that is very popular actually. Very, very happy to see. But basically, if you're in a rested, like in a safe area, that means that this moon appears on your screen, like this moon down here next to your XP bar. That means that if you click lock out, you will immediately be locked out in comparison to having a 20-second like timer. It also means that you can access your glamour plates whenever you like. When you are in a rested area and you log out, this bar will fill, like this. You see this blue bar in addition to this. If it's completely full, so you have a full level's worth of rested experience, it'll turn blue. If it's not full, it will be like a dark orange, like not to be confused with the yellow-ish, like brighter orangey yellow that actual experience is. It means that you get extra experience when you do content, primarily killing things. The best way to make use of it, if you care about it, is pick up a new job, start leveling it. If I remember correctly, you can stockpile around 2 levels worth of rested experience. So You can't really see if it's completely full because it, you know, continues past the point you can see. But if you start leveling another job, you'll see that it gets expended quite quickly, depending on what level you are. You don't have to use it. It's there to help you. It's not there to force you to stress out over leveling a job. It's optional. But the best time to level a new class on your character is if you have rest experience. Like, that is a pretty efficient time to do it. And I guess Poe said the exact same thing in a different way. And all cities with no enemies and no mounting and stuff are always considered safe zones. You don't have to log out in an inn, you don't have to log out next to an aetheryte. That is not required. Fortunately, you don't lose experience for dying in Final Fantasy XIV. What happens when you die is that your equipment takes a small durability hit, the condition. So you may need to repair, but it's small enough that you will hardly notice. You have to die a lot of times for it to start becoming a problem. Like, for example, if you're grinding something with Blue Mage and regularly using the suicide attacks that the Blue Mage has, because that also counts as a death. Ah, there you are, Kaiser. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent the people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You'd think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl, assuming they remember her, that is. They probably don't. Well, as I said, Timothy, you only have to level a job if you want to. And it's a good time to level a job. But if you don't feel like leveling a job, then don't do it. It's not good to try to burn yourself out on the game by doing content that you feel like you have to do. It's better to just focus on the stuff you like to do.
No, I didn't mean to...
And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot, on the other side of his bastard wall, living the high life, I'll wager?
That's not fair. Hello.
Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends, deigning to help us poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring a cohort down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart, and if you truly have any love for it too, you'll keep us out of your doomed rebellion. That is actually a fair point. Lise is acting like she knows, like when she was told to get lost by the elder, she's like, no, I'm from here too. Yes, you technically were born here and lived here when you were little, but you're not the same as us.
He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact I left them behind. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Mifrid.
Well, the thing with Blue Mage is that it is extremely strong, but because its max level is 70, it's only really strong on extremely old content, or sort of old content. Incidentally, if you've noticed this event that is going on right now called the Moogle Treasure Trove, which I have a video on, there is old content that gives you rewards right now, and every time that the Moogle Treasure Trove comes around, the best job to have on hand and prepped is Blue Mage, because Blue Mage is extremely good at trouncing old content. That's why Blue Mage is extremely popular right now. Because it's Moogle tombstone time. That time of year, as they say. Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one unwilling to hear us out. Can't blame them, given what happened at the wall.
I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have.
I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lise. I ran too, but if I hadn't, I'd never met Caetsu or the rest of you. We might not be here today, in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight.
Help! Someone! Anyone! We need help!
I don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on.
The Krater, he... the Tributum and the bloody Ratmen, they... Damn it all.
You there, take a deep breath and then tell us what happened.
It was all business as usual. The Tributums due soon, and we were all taking it to the Imperials when the Kikian attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. Was just an old temple before they came, and... Listen, the Krater's the only family I've got left. If I lose him, I...
The cigarette! If the Ratmen took him there, he's as good as dead.
We've got to get after them. If there's even a chance our brother is still alive, we have to try.
You're right, Lise. We've got to help them. If not for the missing man, then for the Tributum. The Guardians won't suffer excuses if they're late. So the Krater's being held somewhere at the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Kikian bandits. That about covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They may not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. And Timothy says, do you have any Blue Mage guides? I do. I actually both have a basics guide and an advanced guide. Let me see. They might not be the easiest to find. They're both intended to be like teaching you the where to look for things rather than teaching you the start to finish of it all. This is the basics guide, and this is the advanced guide. The basics guide teaches you like the super starter basics, everything you need to know to get started on Blue Mage in general. And the advanced guide is more like teaching you what kind of builds there are to work with, what kind of gear you might want to seek out, like rotation stuff. It doesn't really teach you like where to go for the spells. Those are typically better done on like a list, and you can Google those and find them. I believe it actually says so on things like Console Wiki. I believe the basics guide also includes tips on how to level your Blue Mage alone, and there's also tips on how to level it if you have a friend that can help you. I leveled my Blue Mage solo, so it's entirely optional to use the friend strategy. That is faster. It's not as fun, I feel. So if you like the idea of figuring out tricks to level on Blue Mage yourself, then I would actually recommend doing it solo. Please, let me go. I'm begging you. I don't want to die. That's an understandable request. Hear that? I think it came from the top of the cigarette.
Who dare
has come to loot our man flesh. Ours to eat. Ours to eat.
Those look crazy. We knew it'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Like, I saw it said Kikin, I expected, you know, the average Kikin, and then you see these with red glowing eyes and robes. That's scary. I didn't even remember they looked like that here. Oh, look, an ether current. Here we are. Hey Ralka, what did I ever do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal.
Oh, you found him.
Wait, are you here to rescue me?
Your sister sent us. It's going to be all right.
My sister? Oh, Ralka be praised, she's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me? To think there's still good, brave folk in this world. You should go before the Kikian return in force. Do you still have the tributum? Oh gods, the tributum! The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go.
What? Right now? In your condition?
You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. Oh, there she is.
I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that, I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, Caetsu, Mefrid... Listen, Caetsu and Mefrid, I think we need to go after Vakrata.
Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another.
I know that, I do, and I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely.
If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. The thing is, Timothy, is that Blue Mage is incredibly good at all old content. Like any content that Blue Mage is high enough level for, Blue Mage is the best at. But the thing is that because of how it is a limited job, it's complicated to use it. It's intentionally convoluted, you could say. Upon a closer inspection, you find nothing of interest. And specifically, this Moogle Treasure Trove event happens about a month before a new major patch arrives. And a new major patch arrives about every 4 months, which means that after a major patch arrives, about 3 months pass, and then there's Moogle Treasure Trove. And that repeats forever. And that means that for about a month, Blue Mage has something they're extremely good at. Outside of this Moogle season, you could say, in the dirt just by a chocobo feather. Outside of this Moogle treasure trove season, Blue Mage is more like optional side content. Blue Mage has its own weekly content in like doing old content that matches its level and stuff like that with other Blue Mages, which means that instead of being, you know, a party of 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS, you go into an old piece of content, synced, and then you fight it as, well, hypothetically, 2 tank Blue Mages, 2 healer Blue Mages, and 4 DPS Blue Mages, and then you just have to figure out what spells you need to do that. And that does mean shenanigans sometimes, because Blue Mage has some interesting spells at its disposal just in general. It's interesting, but it is very much in like a closed space on its own, you could say. Any luck? A chocobo feather, is it? Aye, by my reckoning, it came from Vakrata's bird, in which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rocks and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. I believe the advanced Blue Mage guide that I made straight up name drops a Blue Mage community that specializes in Blue Mage content as a whole. So if you like level up and find out that you really, really want to do Blue Mage stuff, that's an excellent place to go. Any minute now, I expect he'll come thundering round the bend and, hear that? Get to cover, quickly now.
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, no, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
Think you can kill them all? Including the ones watching from the tower? Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit. And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Timothy asks, so I actually need loadouts for specific content and a basic setup for most content. Well, what you'll probably end up having if you're doing like max level stuff as Blue Mage is that you will have a tank loadout, a healer loadout, a DPS loadout, and then, I don't know, like a farming loadout, like with all the weird spells like missile that you would use for like old content that can be speedrun for Moogle tomes, for instance. And then you have a fifth one to do whatever you like. Like, for instance, I tend to have at least one of my loadouts dedicated to soloing content, because Blue Mage can solo content even while synced to the correct level. So if that's something you think is fun, you can do that. But you have 5 loadout slots. I'd heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. Tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen. Tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy, but they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. We have a better weapon than that, right. Just wondering if we were really looking forward to a Lancer weapon. We don't care. The crowd is alive, and the tribute has been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the Skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alagana and tell Ragenfried his man got the job done.
We owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Verkrata told me everything, how you fought with the cocoon and saved his life.
For all the good it did, we saw what happened when he met with the skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them.
I reckon you could. Mefrid's a warrior, as is your comrade, and you're strong, like your father. That much is plain. But I thank Ralga you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Verkrata and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for only the gods knows how many others.
That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they do to you, so long as you get to see another day?
That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, God's in the heavens as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you.
I understand. Thank you for your honesty.
Just a moment. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it, nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too, if she's set on walking the same path. I but pray she won't follow it to the same end.
Well, she took it better than I anticipated, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright.
Sorry about running off like that. Alamegans terrorizing their own? I just can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels, or whatever it was, but nor did I expect Verkrata to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place, or even my father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it?
Her home. There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, you found me. Got something else to say?
Aye, that I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Verkrata. But you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them. So I will, if you'll have me.
You're asking to join the resistance?
When you put it like that, I suppose I am. But not just me. There are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your hearts bleed for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours are more than welcome at Ralga's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home?
no, I was just thinking out loud.
And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. Excellent. That's half of this starting, like, introductory story stuff of Stormblood. We're still at level 60 quests, I believe. Which is a little funny, that the level 60 part is extremely long, but that's normal, that the first bit is like super long. I wonder what level we'll get to before we can actually get our level 70 action. Wouldn't that be funny if we unlock Stardiver before we unlock Life of the Dragon? First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you.
No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling too. I'd heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but...
When, not if. That day will come, Lise. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Guardian, Alamegan. None of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows, maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then, I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Caetsu, Lise, it's been a pleasure. We don't need any of these. We don't need the materia either, so... Take the astrologian weapon, I guess. That's what we've done previously. Can't remember if we decided to keep them. Seems we did. Vento Monaco. Let's get the ether shards while we're here. I think there's only 2. I think that's it. The advantage in having all of the ether shards in a town or city that has them is that when you get the last ether shard, it unlocks the ability to teleport from the ether right or the ether shards to any zone that connects to the town or city. So that means that we can teleport to here, in addition to directly to like teleporting to the ether right in Alagana. Sometimes it's better to just teleport straight to just the entrance to the peaks. Got everything you need? Good. Then let us be off. They went a little bit ahead, I see.
There they are. Quiet! I hear that? That was a ceruleum engine backfiring. Imperials. Ye gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, but be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern, divided into 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams? 3 of us? Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Caetsu's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. That's the spirit. Oh look, an ether current. Excellent. I can't help you, Resistance Fighter. I have a more important task, you see. Was that it? That was it? That's a really short fight, actually. Onward we continue. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work, killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that, after what happened at the wall. Oh look, gear upgrade. Right, I believe we rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. Quite a lot of just quiet traveling in this quest. Not too surprising, but... We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces at Castrum Oriens were under the command of Flame General Raban Alden, did you not? By Ralgar, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. Oh look, striking dummies. That's pretty nice to know if you're looking for a place to practice your rotation. That there's striking dummies here randomly.
Raban.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Of course you do, Pippin. That's the spirit.
Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development in Castellum Velodina, namely the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all! More Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them, hindering their development and delaying future deployment.
And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry.
It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone, and you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to East End, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind.
Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you?
Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon.
Hey, Poe.
And for our part, we will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. It took so long, it wasn't really interesting. That's okay, Poe. This is what leads up to what I talked about earlier. That was referenced to as Raban Savage. Not because it was hard, because it was bugged. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change. And when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from that look I see, it is a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map, right here. The map. You will see it when you open your map later. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Caetsu. It's totally understandable, Poe. I've heard a lot of times that people feel that Stormblood was a significant downturn in the excitement of the main quest. That a lot of players didn't find it that entertaining. And this start has a lot of talky quests. It's totally understandable that some people might not find it very interesting. I believe that I personally did this part of the quest, like this story stuff, rather quickly when I did it originally. But the advantage of redoing the main quest on stream is that part of the stream is me getting to replay the story for myself. Part of it is that I get to replay it slowly and like actually really read and experience the story. But a part of it is also that you get hopefully you get entertainment out of experiencing it with me and enjoying it with me. Which means that even if there's some part that I think is, oh, this is a little bit boring, I'd rather skip this, I have some interest in the simple fact that I would like to do what you guys would find most interesting. And I know for certain that there would be at least one person watching this that would prefer that I didn't skip a particular bit. And for that reason, I don't skip anything. If I've skipped a single line, like paragraph of dialogue, I tend to like run it back and read it from the event chat to make sure that I got it. Because someone might care, and I think that's important. So simply put, doing it on stream means that I have a lot more, how should I say, time and space to just take my time with the quests. It's the same as when I did Palace of the Dead months ago. I was much more inclined to do Palace of the Dead on stream, because even if I wiped and didn't actually beat it, that didn't matter. Because at the end of the day, someone got some enjoyment out of watching me do it. So it wasn't for nothing, if that makes sense. And that's not to say that the only point in doing Palace of the Dead would be to show it to others. It's more that it can be very painful to do content like, for example, Palace of the Dead, and you invest hours into climbing down the Palace of the Dead, and you get to like a floor 180, and then you die. And while you did probably get some loot on the way there, if you're doing a solo run, the only person that actually got anything out of it was yourself, and because you wiped, ultimately the run feels a little bit like a failure, you could say. But if you do it with others watching, others hanging out with you, then you take the victories together and you take the losses together. I remember when I wiped on like floor, I think it was 170 something, I can't remember exactly, and my reaction was that I laughed at how ridiculous the thing that I died to was. I ran into some mobs
And to try and dodge them, I stepped on a trap, and I had already stepped on so many traps. Well, I had ran into so many issues that I didn't have anything left to spend, but I had on that entire set of floors, I think in that entire session, not stepped on a single luring trap. And like, I literally was like, I've been super lucky this stream. I haven't stepped on a single luring trap. Then I stepped on a luring trap, like, almost immediately, and used everything I had left to survive. I managed to survive. And then, the next room over, not even a new floor, the next room over, I stepped on another luring trap. And I had nothing. So I just went like, well, and died. And it was just funny. Like, if I had been playing on my own, I would have been so mad that I was that unlucky of all things. But because it was on stream, it was just really funny instead. And Poe says, is that hanging out a pun since you're using that claw mount? No, well, it can be a pun, but that was an accident. See, so anyone wondering about that Raban Savage thing? Back when this quest was bugged, there was like just a clump of people here, just like an army of people, because you couldn't progress this quest. I can't remember what the exact situation was. I think it was that Raban was not interactable while someone was doing the quest, or something like that. So only one person could enter at a time, or something ridiculous like that, and in this scenario, it takes a little while. All went to plan then? Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons has left Castellum Velladina. The resistance is already in position, so we have but to wait for our guests to arrive. You got a nice mount too? Yeah, well, the reindeer is very cute. It's very nice.
Things looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces. It's like all my name days have come at once.
Who said the thing?
Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head. That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
Greenrod and his name days. Like, when I completed the story back when Stormblood was the new stuff on my main, I didn't pay that close attention to the story. Like, I was very likely to mash through things if they weren't particularly exciting. But one thing that I remember is Greenwood and his name days, and how often they all come at once. They always all come at once. Poe says, don't you wish for a Dragoon buff? I don't know. I think Dragoon feels fine, but I could imagine that, if I remember correctly, Dragoon isn't exactly the highest ranked, so it might be fine and a little bit needed for them to get a little bit of a buff. But overall, I don't need a buff for Dragoon personally. It's the lowest of all the melee DPS. Well, how low is it? Like, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but the tanks are within like 1 or 2% of each other in terms of damage, I believe. Might be a little bit more depending on what kind of statistic you're looking at. But only a few percent makes it mostly... yeah, exactly. It's very, very low. It's like the difference between Warrior and Gunbreaker, and that, at least in terms of, I believe, our DPS, it's... ow, that's a lot of damage. We might be dead if the healer isn't healing us. I don't know if we're supposed to fight all these. I guess we are. But as long as the damage difference between the jobs is reasonably small, like that, then I don't mind. You have to remember, Poe, that I used to play World of Warcraft, and in World of Warcraft, spec or specialization needs a buff meant it did like less than half of what the best spec did. Am I supposed to pass this? Am I just supposed to eat this? It feels like I'm making a mistake somehow. Oh. I'm supposed to just bait them.
He who fights and runs. What the? Who in the hell's are you lot?
Fine, amigo! Let none escape!
Uh-oh. Which voice? It's my voice. It's difficult to make a quote-unquote yelling voice without actually yelling. But it would also be painful if I actually yelled right into the mic. Yeah, if Dragoon is just slightly better than Machinist on 9 DPS, then keep in mind that it has raid buffs. Machinist does not.
Oh, damn it all! Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I passed harder stools than these piles of scrap.
Green what? Language?
You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo.
That was a long one there at the end.
Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Alamigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kep. 'Twas Marshal Tarupin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, that they did. Not a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle. Menago, I leave the science in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Caetsu, Mistress Leveille, once more, you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. Well, amigo!
Hello, Menago. I'd heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. Ah, but you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there.
Previously we took the Dark Knight weapons. I guess we'll just keep doing that.
Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach.
Yeah, from my perspective, as I've said before, if all jobs are viable in all content, then that's fine with me. That's good enough for me. It would be best if all jobs were equally viable, but the thing is that to make all jobs equally viable, what tends to happen is that you homogenize the jobs more and more, which unfortunately is very much a reality we're living right now. Every job is slowly getting homogenized to fit into this 2-minute burst window. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is hard to say, but it certainly means that the difference between a great player and a bad player in terms of potential DPS becomes like smaller and smaller. It's going to be very difficult to tell the difference. And the bad part about that is, simply put, that the hardest boss fights in the game leave very little optimization to do, which was ultimately what led to P8S needing a nerf, because in the time the testers had tested, they had already mastered the fight to the point where their typical estimate for what balance needed to happen was an overshoot, like an overshot, rather than exactly what it needed to be. The easier jobs become to optimize, the less optimization there is to make, which means that the really good players have less room to grow, you could say. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Years ago, I remember World of Warcraft started to see this, where every class could kind of do everything. Like, everyone had an interrupt. We are not there yet in Final Fantasy. Everyone had their multiple options to stun. Everyone had defensive cooldowns to cover everything. Everyone had some self-healing. Like, you needed to have something of everything, otherwise the thing you didn't have would make you stand out and be quote-unquote weaker than those that did have it. Which means that some job has to lack something. For example, Dragoon has no defensive cooldowns. Incidentally, Dragoon has no defensive cooldowns. And Life Surge does not count, and roll actions do not count, because obviously all melee jobs have those. But you need this. I think it would be a good thing if we moved away from this 2-minute burst thing, but right now we're living this reality that that's where we're going. And I think, yes, Dragoon could use a little buff because it is the furthest behind the melee, but let's say that Dragoon gets a buff and it ends up being the top DPS. It moves straight past Monk and Samurai and Ninja and Reaper and becomes the top one. Then someone else is the bottom one. So now it needs a buff, right? There has to be a worst one at something. Like, there has to be a worst one. Either they're all perfectly equal, and that's not going to happen unless they're all the same, or someone is going to be worse at something.
just something. One of the melee DPS will be better at dealing with a specific designed boss fight, and so be better. One of them has to be. They can't be equal. And the difference between the weakest melee DPS and the second weakest melee DPS is like 1%, 2% or so. It's not that bad. It could be far worse. That's my perspective. As long as all of the jobs are viable and are within a reasonable margin of each other in their selective roles, I don't see that there's a huge problem. The main problem we're facing right now is that because the ranged tax has been neutered so heavily that it hardly exists, melee DPS have reached a point where the only reason why you're bringing a mage and a ranged DPS, a ranged physical DPS, is because of the party bonus. Otherwise, if you could, there's very likely a situation where you'd bring 3 melee DPS because they do more damage. And that makes sense, but we just... it's been a while since that live letter, but I do recall that sometime after this raid tier started, a live letter did address this and specifically said that they realized that this cost of being ranged is not that meaningful anymore when the bosses have such massive hitboxes that it doesn't matter. What that means is that either A, future raid encounters will not have huge targeting reticles so that melee and ranged matters again, or ranged is expecting a big buff. And in that case, Dragoon should be more worried. But one has to be the worst. The problem is that the way that people tend to look at logs is they don't really care about the difference. What they care about is that Dragoon is the worst of the melee DPS. They don't care about how much it is the worst. They just see that it is that they see 5 job names and Dragoon happens to be 5th on the list. It's the same with Machinist. Machinist isn't that bad. It's not that far behind. But because it's at the bottom of the list, that's the only thing people see. The game could be so balanced that the damage difference between the best and the worst job was 1%, and people would still see that one of them was lowest and say that that job is bad. That's just how things are. And Timothy says, Paladin used to be the tank and healer. They took away Raise and a lot of support spells, Paladin. Does not feel like a healer anymore. It feels like a DPS tank now. Well, the thing is that the way that the game has developed has made an extremely heavy focus on damage. You have to remember that Paladin has Clemency. It has support spells. It does have some. The problem is that using a support spell means not attacking. That's part of this homogenization as well. There's no point in using Clemency outside of absolutely disastrous situations, because if you use Clemency you lose damage, and damage is ultimately what people care the most about. If you're going to survive, don't bother casting Clemency. What we've noticed in the most recent Savage raid tier is that they've increased the amount of damage bosses do to such an amount that it's more and more okay again. It's okay again, keep in mind, for healers to cast healing spells while the boss is attackable. And you might think that that is absolutely ridiculous to suggest that that's something that is reintroduced, but it is very normal that healers that cast healing spells instead of just depending on all of their instant tools are considered quote-unquote worse because they aren't attacking. The only way to fix these things, the only way to make healers need to heal more is to increase the damage that they need to deal with. Make it mandatory to heal more. In the same way, a tool like Clemency is only helpful if you need that much healing that Clemency is actually helpful and necessary. But the problem is, if Clemency is necessary, then Nascent Flash is necessary, and Aurora and Heart of Corundum is necessary, and that's where the problems arise, because Dark Knight does not have any support healing spells, or support healing abilities, I should say, while all the other tanks do. So you can't make it mandatory, because Dark Knight will then be useless. Like, if you make an encounter where the tanks need to help with healing for you to beat the encounter, then Dark Knight is not viable. In the same way, one of the Paladin's biggest weaknesses is that if you have a boss encounter that requires an invulnerability, then Paladin has the best one. But if the boss requires an invulnerability for its tank buster, then it needs to use it regularly enough that both tanks need it. Otherwise, it's going to get boring. And that may result in the Paladin's cooldown being a problem, which makes all the other tanks superior in that regard. Basically, in an encounter where Paladin's invulnerability being the one that makes them completely impervious to damage at no cost, is only helpful if the boss is basically going to just hammer the party with so much damage that the healers don't even have time to heal the Paladin after the tank buster they needed to invuln. And if that's the case, then all of the other tanks are no longer viable. Like, this is just like how to make utility helpful and necessary also makes it very difficult to make jobs different, because then they all need to have similar tools. Divine Veil is a lot better than it gets credit for. I believe you can activate Divine Veil by casting Holy Spirit or Holy Circle, or even Confiteor. You just need something that heals you, that isn't an ability, I believe, to activate it. But it is really it makes it a lot more complicated than it needs to be. That much is true. But it is difficult to make jobs interesting, unique, and also equally good. The only way they've managed to try and make the jobs equally good is by trying to make the damage they can do close to each other. The problem is that Paladin, uniquely among the tanks, one of its utilities is a spell that means that it takes away from its damage. The other tanks do not have that problem. So while Paladin does about as much damage as the other tanks, to get full access to your toolkit by using Clemency, you are no longer as good as the other tanks. And if the Paladin did enough damage while using Clemency to be competitive with the other tanks, then Paladin would do more damage than the other tanks if they didn't use Clemency. Which means that if they buffed Paladin so that they had the damage to deal with using Clemency also, then people would use Paladin, but not Clemency, because they do the most damage. It's a really uphill battle, this. And it's not like I'm sitting here with the solution. The problem is, Timothy, that in Final Fantasy XIV, a job bringing healing and support at the cost of DPS is insignificant if it's not actually a healer, because the healers are typically capable of doing an encounter anyway. I have a video on the subject of using more defensively inclined jobs. In that particular video, one example that I use is that at that very moment, Reaper was actually the worst of the melee DPS, but it also had the best defensive toolkit in Arcane Crest. Similarly, Paladin was the worst tank for damage, but it has Clemency. among other things. Red Mage was the worst mage DPS at the time, but it has Verace. Like, there is an advantage to picking the weaker jobs, and sometimes that has to cost something. That is why it is impossible to make all jobs equal. Someone has to be weaker. First of all, someone has to be weaker because someone will always do less damage. You cannot balance it perfectly. That is an impossible task. Timothy, are you talking about Final Fantasy 11 or 14 right now? I'm a little bit confused. I believe around Heavensward especially was when people started to really realize how, well, also in A Realm Reborn, but in let me just see, Timothy says, in 11, now the healing and support feels almost irrelevant in comparison. Well, you have to remember, Timothy, that they have changed the job significantly from 11 to 14, like, for instance, Dark Knight becoming a tank. Paladin in A Realm Reborn had access to a race. They had access to a race. Now, in Final Fantasy XIV, given that there's no downside to dying, like in the grand scheme of things, aside from losing damage uptime and needing to be raised and all that, a tank in Final Fantasy XIV being able to raise someone, you have to remember that tanks in Final Fantasy XIV can survive incredible amount of punishment compared to a DPS or a healer. So a tank being able to raise someone makes content much more trivial than it already is. And when I'm talking about content, I'm of course talking about general content, not savage content. In savage content, this problem is resolved by the simple fact that bosses have enrage timers. You have about 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on the encounter, sometimes less than that, to beat it before the boss just gets fed up with you. And another problem with that is that because of how people optimize jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, all jobs are kind of a DPS. Healers are green DPS, tanks are blue DPS, and DPS are red DPS. Everyone has to maximize their damage, and then tanks and healers just has an extra task in addition. To compensate, their rotations are a little easier to perform than DPS.
You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that, we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemel's newest weapons, and smashed them. The people will remember this day.
Aye, that they will, for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory, the beginning of a campaign by United Eorzea to drive the Guardians from our lands. Promises and platitudes means naught without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War, and that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future.
Well said, Commander, which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners, just you wait and see. Caetsu, LSA, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance.
Well, it doesn't really matter which one we take now, because we don't need the lands. I guess we take the lands for our retainer. But yeah, it doesn't have to be so bleak. The thing is that when you optimize in Final Fantasy XIV, this is, especially in Savage content, it becomes extremely focused on maximizing DPS, because that's ultimately the one metric that people have been easily capable of comparing each other on. I talk about this in that video as well. I believe the video has a thumbnail that says your job is good enough. The fact of the matter is that all of the utility of your job is untraceable on a DPS log. You can't see it. The only thing you see is you cast Clemency, which is a DPS loss. You can't see on that chart that if you had not cast Clemency in that very moment, the Dragoon would have died, which would have led to a bigger DPS loss. No one can see that. You can explain that, but no one can see that on the log. So utility does not really leave much of a significant mark on the meters and numbers that people look at. People get very focused on these things, and that's unfortunately the reality of the situation, and this is not exclusive to Final Fantasy XIV. It applies to World of Warcraft, and I would guess most MMOs. If your class, your specialization, whatever you chose, does less damage than another one that fills the same role, then your choice is bad compared to doing the other thing. The only saving grace of Final Fantasy XIV is that even making the quote-unquote worst choice in the game of choosing whatever's weakest in that very patch is not so bad that you can't play. You are still good enough to do all content in the game. So it doesn't matter. As I said earlier, because of the amount of gearing options in the game, because of the amount of content that is relevant at any one time, there's no stress to go on the gearing treadmill. People are much more likely to deal with your choice. No one minds it that much. It's okay. And even if it weren't, the weakest job in Final Fantasy XIV, just on the DPS job list, is like 10% weaker than the best. Something like that. It's not so bad. And even if you're doing Savage content, there are moments where Clemency shines. There are moments where the utility you have is necessary. The problem is finding it. And to find those moments, you need to master the job to the point where you can see it. So there's nothing wrong with playing Paladin and being confused that you never use Clemency, because when you see the moment where you need Clemency, you'll know. Timothy says, certain stuff require 2 healers or you're dead ASAP, but instead you can do White Mage and Paladin instead, otherwise you need 2 healers, and maybe in the revamp Square Enix may lean in that direction. The revamp of Paladin, unfortunately, in hard content in Final Fantasy XIV, you are required to bring 2 tanks and 2 healers. That is, I believe, an actual requirement. And I don't think that they would lean in that direction given the other jobs they released in recent times. But they could do anything.
Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions.
I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several amongst the science ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present.
Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Orenwald Lentinus, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Gerbania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother.
With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Orsian Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Eldon that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Veladina.
Then, in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can.
Hey Gravinia, thank you so much. I hope you have a good day too. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Oriens and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gear-Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
Let's see. Maha says, I swear I thought Xenos was female. The footage from the back, always. And long hair, I only knew he was a guy in game. Otherwise, I owned the figure and legitimately thought it was Lise in another form. That is a really different form, yeah. And Timothy says, that was more thinking like the true essence of a paladin, so to say, because when we think paladin, when it comes to Final Fantasy universe, it is a self-healing tank, but Square might take paladin in a different direction. There, you're absolutely correct. In Final Fantasy, the universe as a whole, paladin is like, you know, they can wear plate armor, they use swords and shields, they can use white magic, actually pretty strong white magic typically, but often it is not unheard of that they combine the white magic with their weapon. Like, for instance, I really love the Tactics games, especially I have played a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and in that game, Paladin, while they don't have a lot of healing spells, they do have a decent like magic stat, so you could just give them white magic as a secondary class so they can use their magic, and they have abilities that cover other characters so that you can defend. And then they have Righteous Blade, I think it's called, something like that, which combines white magic with the weapon. The thing is that in Final Fantasy XIV, a lot of jobs have lost some of their identity in the aim to make them fit into the the designs that the game offers. For instance, Red Mage in the Final Fantasy universe is, you know, the mage that can do everything. Not perfectly, but it can do everything. Which means that if you give it a lot of white magic, it'll be able to heal a lot better than if you don't and give it black magic instead. And if you give it good weapons, then it can hit very hard, but often these good weapons come with very poor magic stats, so you have to make a decision. Is your red mage really a master of healing, a master of magic damage, or a master of combat? You can make it decent in all of them, but it comes at the cost of being not the best at anything. In Final Fantasy XIV, the choice is made for you. The Red Mage is a DPS, and it is primarily focused on aggressive magic attacks, with a side bit in physical combat. It does have a raise, it can heal, but its healing is significantly worse than any actual healer, while its raise is one of the best utilities in the game. You don't always need that. And that's just one example. A lot of jobs, I've noticed, might be better represented in their PvP incarnations in some capacity, while Paladin does not have a direct healing spell there either. Paladin applies a debuff to enemies that makes it so that anyone that attacks the enemy gets a heal, which means that simply the presence of a Paladin on your team makes your team heal a lot. Simply the presence of the Paladin being there. And they can regularly redirect damage from someone else to the Paladin, whereas in PvE it's a long cooldown that is often not that helpful. In PvP it is one of the best tools in the game. It is so broken that they had to nerf it because it was overpowered in certain frontline scenarios. Similarly, Dark Knight is a job that is known to use its own life force to increase its combat capabilities, like it damages itself to damage you, damage the enemy. That is not the case in PvE Final Fantasy XIV. Dark Knight is a tank, and mainly they, like, Dark Knights right now are more likely, like, they, instead of damaging themselves, they simply just don't have a lot of self-healing options, whereas all the other tanks do. In PvP, Dark Knights literally spend their health to attack. The less health they have, the more damage they do. And this applies for many jobs, where they are much better represented in their Final Fantasy universe style in PvP than in PvE. And it's simply because if Square Enix made Paladin in Final Fantasy XIV work as the Paladin of the Final Fantasy universe, where you have a lot of healing utility, a lot of options, but your damage is worse for it because you have to pay with something, and unfortunately, utility is often paid for with less DPS. That's why Red Mage is way down on the charts. Unfortunately, the raise is very good. That means that Paladin would be significantly weaker than the other tanks. And no one would care about the utility that it brings, because unfortunately when people are trying to beat the hardest content in the game, what matters is whether you can or cannot do enough damage. So you don't want to overstack a job with so much utility that this quote-unquote utility tax, as we might call it, is too heavy of a burden on the job. I don't know what they would do to make Paladin feel more like a Paladin, but you're totally right, Timothy. Coming from Final Fantasy XI, where jobs have a lot more room to be strange, unique, special, and I mean that in a good way. The simple fact is that in Final Fantasy XIV, there are 3 roles, and every job has to fit in one of those boxes very neatly, and that is probably a byproduct of how much the game was inspired by World of Warcraft, and trying to focus on this trinity, whereas Final Fantasy XI didn't have this need to live up to this comparison. So it's very hard to say. I have a feeling that the way they're going to change Paladin is not making it more utility focused, but rather making it fit better in the neat box known as the 2-minute burst window, which is unfortunate, but likely the reality. That is the best I can give you. If you like to see how some of the jobs look in PvP, it's relatively easy. You'd unlock it through your Grand Company, and you just need a job at level 30 to play it in PvP.
Right then, I got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties. We are here to help after all. The 3 of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work.
We do not need any of those earrings. But it would be awesome if they made some of the jobs be more unique in the way they work and not all just be blue, green, and red DPS. I can totally understand that. Especially like when you look at other Final Fantasy games where it isn't that clear cut. I beg your pardon? The woman who bested Gaius Van Belzer wishes to offer me her assistance? I say, this is highly irregular, though I have heard it said that you had a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case, before the occupation I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log, and Caetsu, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Timothy says, I see what you mean. The difference is Paladin did not damage at all in Final Fantasy XI. It was terrible, but in this, Paladin has a DPS rotation now, but I like it. I like that, honestly. That's good. That's good. And I do understand that coming from a game where Paladin had a much bigger, like, toolbox, it might feel a little bit of a shame that your list of options is so severely limited in 14. I totally understand that. Like, this goes, like, even in Final Fantasy 14, tanks used to have more things. It's a long story. Why did I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes, back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the market, and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a form of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. That is a bad day. But yes, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, because of cross-class options, it meant that Paladin actually had access to multiple White Mage, well, Conjurer, but still White Mage options. For example, I think the reason why Clemency is learned at like level 58 is because in A Realm Reborn, if you wanted a heal, you could just choose Cure. Like, you could just use the Conjurer's Cure spell. You could do that. And you could use the Conjurer's Raise spell. You had that. You even had Stone Skin, which is an ability you see very occasionally in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward content. Like, used by NPCs. It was like a shield that lasted a long time, that you could place preemptively or something like that. You could also use Protect, which was just like a damage reduction buff, like what you would expect it to be. Later that became heal exclusive, and later it was removed. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. So she straight up has a quest of her own. And Timothy says, it got boring sometimes being a paladin because almost everything was support abilities. Now it feels more action-oriented, and it's been a blast, and I don't see myself getting bored. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, at the very least. I got a little worried because it seemed like you had, a little earlier, it felt like you had a very specific picture of how you expected Paladin to be, and it would be a shame if Final Fantasy XIV completely failed on that, in that aspect. But if you're having fun with it and you still enjoy the job as it is in Final Fantasy XIV, that's ultimately what matters at the end of the day. That is the most important thing. If you're having fun with at least one job, that's a good thing.
You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Tepe for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever she's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add. So long as you add something, I'll be here when you get back. I think Tepe was close to where we need to hand this in, so let's talk with some more people in town. Just a moment. But yeah, it does sound like Paladin in 11 was like almost like a tanky, but still dedicated healer almost.
You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I'm a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day, yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all, these would-be warriors. Send them on to me, should you chance to find them.
Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps? Or to make amends for the ones I couldn't? My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Guardians, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. This is a really weird set of quests. Side quests, but it's MSQ edition. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, her death was a mercy. Oof. Huh? Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land. Like as not, but that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. It's very bleak. Where is he? It says down, so he's down here then. The markets? Nope. Over here? There it is. Huh? Trading? Gah! I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you! That's the spirit. Sorry guys, I was late for raid because I was practicing my rotation. I have never heard that one, by the way, but that would actually be a pretty decent excuse. Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or republic that I neglected to attend my trading. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. Good point. No reason to figure out how to
part up the land before you've gotten it. The teacher calls for me? I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling magic armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course, there is no time. If you would excuse me. Timothy says it was terrible leveling Paladin solo. Its damage was so bad, but it was the hardest tank to kill because all your shield skills and healing skills, it terrorized PvP. Oh yeah. You just block everything, take nearly no damage, and when you took damage, you just heal yourself. It reminds me of... it's not quite the same, but in this MMO called Fly for Fun, there was a job... Well, I guess we can call it job just to use the same terminology. There was a job called an assist. You had to choose what skills you got, and there was not enough skill points to have everything. So you could make one that was specialized in fist weapon, which is a good tank as far as I know, and it was very good at AoE leveling. Or you could choose to specialize in buffs and healing. But given that all of your skill points would go to the baton tool, which instead of the fist weapon you use the baton to cast your support spells, meant that you could not really attack at all. Which meant that the only feasible way to level an assist in that way was to run up to other players and go, party with me, I will give you buffs and heal you so you can save on food. And you will level faster, and then you just like try and make like a 5-man group or something like that, get as many people as you can, so that the fact that you're not attacking anything matters less, and the fact that everyone's buffed with really juicy buffs made them fight faster, which ultimately meant that the group of 5 people would level faster together than each alone. But you could not level alone as an assist with that kind of build. Ultimately, you would upgrade into a, a more supportive job. You were still a healer, so it didn't change anything, but it's a bit the same, where you had to party up to level, I think. Does it sound similar, Timothy? And I guess Poe also played Fliff. I didn't get that far. I never actually upgraded a job past the initial one. I got to like level 50-something on a mercenary, I think they're called, the warrior types. Oops, is it? 6 bricks of whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2, and be glad of it. You played it 7 years ago. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. And Timothy says it does sound similar. Yikes. Well, as I understand, at higher levels in Final Fantasy XI, it wasn't uncommon to make leveling parties. So it's not too bad, but it might be problematic to reach the level range where that is a thing. Oh, and Poe also played Ion. Wow. Well met, Kaitsu. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? Page after page of the log is filled with a flowing script. Doubtless Bevs has had much practice honing his handwriting. Meanwhile, on the newest page, there's just me with like a crayon doodling like pictures of whatever the people said, and like a little signature that looks like a little piece of candy, and then it says K on it. And on the final page, I drew a cake because I was hungry. As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bear their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friend. Never. Poe said that the first MMO we played was RuneScape. I think that might also have been the first MMO I played. I also played a bunch of MMOs. I never played Ion. I believe relatively quickly we learned that back when Ion was new, it was so heavily party focused that supposedly you could not really progress in the game without a party beyond level 10, and that sounded a little too involved. To me that wasn't that old at the time. And also played World of Warcraft, I think, at that time already. Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their trading. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully that's fake. I also played Maple Story. They also had a similar issue, sort of, where the cleric had to fight undeads or just heal someone else. That was the option. That was actually, it seems like it was it is a common problem in old MMOs that the healer was completely left to their own devices and had to find help to level. Yeah, boy, I have heard that Iron has had a has had a bad downturn over the years, unfortunately. And Timothy says you played WoW for like a year and you were a fire mage. I played World of Warcraft for over a decade, and most of the time I've tanked. In Wrath of the Lich King, I played Paladin tank. In Cataclysm, I played Death Knight tank. In Mr. Pandaria, I played Monk tank. And in Warlords of Draenor, I did play Death Knight tank again, but I didn't play very much of Warlords of Draenor. In Legion, I actually played nearly every single tanking capable class in the game. I think the one that I didn't really play much was Warrior.
All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials will be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people never really got into World of Warcraft because the whole subscription model type of game was still not that normal yet by then. What got me into World of Warcraft was that my brother and I had a friend in common that wanted to play World of Warcraft, and my brother liked his friend, so he also got World of Warcraft, and I liked my brother, and I thought my brother was cool, so I wanted to play the games my brother plays, so I wanted to play World of Warcraft. And ultimately, when my brother quit World of Warcraft, I stayed. Timothy says, did World of Warcraft really fall off like a lot? A lot of threads in the player base say. So much controversy on that topic. Well, what happened with World of Warcraft over the past few years is that Battle for Azeroth, which is a few expansions ago at this point, was not great. Was not great. Has a lot of things it was lacking. And then there was a lot of things that happened within the company that I think might not be the most healthy thing to discuss on a stream like this. But a lot of things came up that were so bad that people left because they couldn't see themselves giving money to a company like that. And well, let me just finish this. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? Yes, I did. Precisely what type of herb this is remains unclear, but the important thing is that it is green and fragrant. Thanks, that'll do nicely, and sorry to impose upon you, miss. Thought you were another new recruit, didn't realize until after that you were, But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. And then what happened after is that Shadowlands came out. Actually, I think the controversies that happened with Blizzard came after Shadowlands came out. So Battle for Azeroth was bad, which caused them to lose a lot of players. Then Shadowlands was also bad. Last time they had a bad expansion, which was Warlords of Draenor, it was followed up with one of the best received expansions, Legion. Now, that kind of like fixed the problem a little bit. But then they follow up Legion with one of the worst expansions ever. And then they follow that up with an even worse expansion. And then controversies happen. And let's just say that the only players that really liked Shadowlands were people that were dedicated enough to the game that they didn't care, or players that hadn't tried the game before Shadowlands. Shadowlands wasn't that bad in a vacuum, as far as I understand, but Shadowlands was not that great compared to Legion or previous good expansions. The thing that happened with Shadowlands especially is that when it got that bad, the funny thing is that it got so bad that World of Warcraft started hemorrhaging players directly into Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV was at that very moment doing extremely well. And Final Fantasy XIV might very well be the most similar to World of Warcraft of all the competing MMOs. Like, the combat system is very similar, things like that. That was when World of Warcraft started seemingly to try and get their act together. They started by trying to copy things that Final Fantasy did, like for instance when Final Fantasy celebrated Endwalker at the end of a decade-long story, which it was. World of Warcraft started to advertise that Shadowlands was the end of a 20-year-old story, which it was not, which made a lot of fans angry. And when they started to finally get their act together, that's what we're seeing now. They're actually trying to make a good game. I don't know how good it is. I haven't tried Dragonflight. But it seems good. A lot of players that left in Shadowlands seems to be appreciating it. I like Final Fantasy. The simple fact that I don't have to invest that much time to be up to date on the game in general is very nice to me. And then I just really like how the game looks in general. But just remember this. If there is a franchise that you think, like, that you really love, but it isn't doing well, like they're making a lot of mistakes and making the wrong decisions. If you've ever heard vote with your wallet, it works. World of Warcraft started recovering when so many players left the game that they could no longer ignore it. That's what it took. So remember that. That is advice, I think, that a lot of people can benefit from. Don't just accept that a game is bad. Don't buy it if you don't think it's good enough.
Damn it all, where could it have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. Indeed. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it. Aye, I'd be him. I had it this morning, that much I know for certain, and I've not left the Reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the Officer's Pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another, but even so, please, help me find it.
Hey, Hey man, I totally understand. And like, if you have a thing, it doesn't even matter if it's cheap or expensive. You want your thing. And if you go and buy a new one, it will always sit in the... It might sit in the back of your mind for a while that... where did it go? I wish I had it still. And if the new one you bought is slightly different from the old one, it'll just never feel the same. And Maha says, very sound advice. Same like Sonic the movie the first time when it broke for having over 1 million dislikes. They reworked the movie. Players leave the game, rework the game. Exactly. So any franchise where you think that the company behind it isn't really doing what they should, you don't agree, don't buy it. Even if you think that it looks kinda good, if it isn't living up to your expectations, skip. Just skip it. That would be my suggestion. I do that with certain franchises. Like franchises that I would love to play, but I specifically refuse simply because I don't think it's good enough. I swear I have searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. A paper ward inscribed with a prayer to the patron deity of Alamigo, Ralga. 7 Hills, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, sister. Before I was born, my mother had made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Guardians, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others, and when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. Nice. Oh. Finally, Elfina wants to talk with us again. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Caetsu, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that she has, and we thank her for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Menago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Blodina to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Orients before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems like a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryl and Yustola will wish to remain here to support the Chariotans, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Smol Kai on Weak Dragon, indeed. Is Artemis? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Guardians. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Baelza and Vandanas were but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilbert's Primal, I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this was a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I'm still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Louisoix and the Circle of Knowing. The salvation of Eorzea, by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Caetsu, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the woman who slew Gaius van Balthasar and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero, and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. I just want to point out that our options are, yes, I'll fight. We have to fight. I want to fight. I don't want to fight, but have to fight. So we have yes, 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 and yes. But thou must, as they say. We can but carry on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. Well said indeed. Take care, Y'shtola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lise, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Menago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Caetsu? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I'm sure I can convince Menago to wait a little longer. Oh, we're almost level 73 now. Wow. So you will be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. I guess I'll meet them there. Hey Raban, don't mind me stepping on your map. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I'm Combat Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Velodina. Capture Velodina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Guardians learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Velodina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this once. If there's no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Tarubin? By all means. If that is all, then let us be about it.
Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he would like to proceed. We don't need those. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Veladina. This is a long run. Are we still on level 60? Oh, we are at level 61. I guess it means that there's a decent chance we'll at the very least reach the dungeon in the next stream. I think there's still quite a significant amount of time in the story before we get to going to Kugane. But I can't remember exactly. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Upon reconnoitering Castellum Veladina, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh. Well, okay then.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Ralga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
I like that guy.
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
How? Yashoda!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught. Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern. If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Battle time. We're supposed to fight all these. Common problem with some of these like solo duties like this is that sometimes it's not at all like clear whether you're supposed to actually fight the enemies. Like for instance in the one we did earlier, I had to wait a moment and see what Raoban told me to do, because if I attacked the wrong thing, then suddenly I had aggro on the wrong thing and would have to deal with that and be slower. So it's sometimes a little difficult. Apparently Alice is still a gladiator, apparently, in the way she fights. And not a red mage. Can't remember if she doesn't actually advance until Shadowbringers. Why are you attacking me specifically, Reaper thing? Oh, I think Kryl has Aero 3. That's back in Stormblood. White mages had both Aero 2 and Aero 3, and Aero 3 was Aero 3 was considered a separate spell and a separate dot, which meant you could apply both. But Aero 3 had a cast time and was AoE. Whoops, that was the wrong buff. But then in Shadowbringers they removed Aero 3 and made it so that Aero 2 just upgraded into Dia relatively early in Shadowbringers leveling. It would have been difficult to build on if they would have to have Aero 3 upgrade into something too. This is a little awkward. It's quite obvious that we're going to fight Fordola when she's already targeting me. Or in combat with me. Well, I'm just supposed to fight her, it seems. Heh! She uses Spirits Without instead of Spirits Within, and she uses Bloodstain instead of Circle of Scorn.
What took you so long?
Alphino, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
This is the start of a romance that carries for a long time. At least, from Xeno's point of view. Wait a minute. Oh, he's level 70. I was like, wait, I missed? It was the pink. The cherry blossom pink got them. Ow. I don't think I need to deal with all the swords. Didn't even need to have to deal with one of them. I'm guessing those have a bigger circle AoE on them. No, there's just more of them. I can see why there's some players that found this battle really awkward, because it's so obvious that you have no chance. The only way you can possibly win if there's some like outside buff that you suddenly receive. It's like, it's too obvious that there's no chance. And it's a little scary because there's no such fight before this that is like that. So extremely hopeless.
Pathetic.
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lass?
I think my pride might have taken a knock.
Tis no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on! Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work. The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise? Of course. I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
You did well, Caetsu. You saved lives, no matter what happens. Remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts.
Little awkward that we're not still in the solo duty.
See to the wounded, Caetsu. If they live, help them. If not, move on.
Like, the simple fact that we're no longer in the solo duty means that you could literally just leave. Which makes it a very awkward situation. In terms of story.
Mefrid lies motionless, having breathed his last. Mefrid lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You'd best take it to Conrad.
That is really also really hard. Like, we just did a whole storyline to get used, like, to get to know Mefrid. If you did the Mefrid quest line second, it would be even more reason than memory when you do this. We hardly get started on the story, and then they take someone like Mefrid away from us.
Menargo, Mefrid, where are you?
A small wooden charm Mefrid clenched in his fist as he breathed his last.
This is...
He's dead, isn't he? Mefrid was a warrior. A warrior! Always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. But that's exactly the kind of man who should be leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never was. Who stands, who falls, in the heat of battle we can but do our best, as he did. Mefrid will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not. And they need us, now more than ever. Aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had. high hopes for him, is all.
Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphinaud said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Vargo's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey.
Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you're free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. This is a unique version of the Rhalgo's Reach theme. Well, the theme that plays in Rhalgo's Reach. Very, very sad version. Miss Marshal Terrapin said you might have something for me. An assortment of potions and potables that may prove invaluable in keeping the wounded alive on the journey back to Castrum Oriens. 12 be praised. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Y'shtola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kryl. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Guardians try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrade's health allows. To Castrum Oriens. You saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we'll not be mounting an assault on Castellum Velodina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects, but first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castrum Oriens. Understood. We will go and speak with General Alden. Cherry pink a la cherry pink. Yeah. Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all.
Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so.
In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castromorians. We can discuss our path forward there.
Kryl is with Justola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kryl says she's through the worst.
Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery.
We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skulls commander cut down Mifrid. A single blow, and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me if I ever, no, not now, not while the general's waiting. Oh, Lise.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors. But they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, How are we to contend with such a foe?
We take the fight to Doma.
Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Al Amigo has suffered enough.
Maha, you left some question marks. What is the question? What are you confused about? It goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple provincial government, here or anywhere else. And I am quite certain the same can be said of the Dorman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from Imperial oppression, whom we will free. Oh, your YouTube froze for a second. That's okay. Sometimes the stream is acting a little bit weird, but if suddenly the stream completely breaks on you, I would love to see it in the chat, because sometimes I can't see it. I have had complete breaks for a few seconds, and I only notice it because there's a flicker on one of my other monitors where I could see that, oh, I think my screen on the stream froze. And then I look over at OBS, and then I see that the green square is no longer green. But I would be more likely to see it quicker if someone in chat is like, I think your stream has paused. Because I can still see it. Probably. And if I can't, it's probably because my connection is lost entirely, or my computer exploded. In which case, you would probably see a community post pop up where I'm like, I have a problem. Where men go as one, there's life, and where there's life, there's cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Othard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I am one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather Tataru is, but before we discuss that, there's another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it, if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. You know, Elfino, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose. Would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Arenwald and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Don't you dare return with a gift. That's a little backwards. Oh, I would not dream of it.
Right, then, sister, Kaito, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsalominsa. I had to read that over a few times. I didn't get that wrong, did I? She literally said, "Don't you dare bring a gift." She said that, didn't she? Like, I would have expected her to say, "Don't you dare not return with a gift." But no, it seemed like she explicitly requested no gifts. This is a random place to meet, but okay. Satara should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Melwib lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, inasmuch as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice, which leaves us with only one other option. Speak of the devil.
Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms?
Pirates!
The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates.
Greetings and salutations, scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement? Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest. From the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. But where was I? Oh yes, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East. You came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists, see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit.
Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts.
Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane in Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. How political. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvalane squirm. My guess was Tataru was lying, but maybe she's telling the truth. That would make it easier. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies, and as I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianji on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Caetsu and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revelant Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed?
Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Caetsu.
And that is where we go then.
Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it?
I need to talk with a lot of people. I need to talk with 3 people. You are truly planning to travel to Doma. I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none.
Greetings, Caetsu. What brings you to the Toll this eve? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor, dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation, but when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant.
Sounds familiar. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you go to join Yugiri and Gozetsu in the fights fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nagai clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle even. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men and Magitek. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of dear Lord Cayenne has become a den for Garlean dogs. Out to talk with Lise again. Hello, Lise.
Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians, but anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old, Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful, unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do.
Yeah, actually, that would be nice.
point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa. Alphino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think.
Let me just take one moment to check something. Yes, this next quest is the one that leads to the first dungeon. Which I think means that this is a pretty good place to round off. We're going to sleep in Limsa today, or tonight, because that just happens to be where we're headed anyway. To Aft Castle, and then to the inn. Normally at the end of the streams, there's always, I always take a little bit of time to talk if there's anything you guys want to talk about. I know throughout the stream we've had a lot of pauses to talk about, a lot of different things. So maybe you've run out of things you want to talk about, or you have no questions. That is also an option. But usually there's a little bit of time to hang out. Actually, I completely forgot something important. We need a picture at the ferry docks for the next stream. So let me just go and do that. If you have anything you would like to talk about, it can be questions for like a job. It can be something you're interested in my opinion on. It can just be something you notice that you think would be interesting to talk about a little bit. Anything really. Then we can talk a little bit about that as we unwind the stream. What should we go with for an emote? I think this one is good, since we're going on a ship. Little difficult to get everyone in the picture. Probably not going to have Lise in the picture, for instance, because he's just too far away. I think for once we can fit both of the twins on. So let's do that. That'll do. And then we go to the inn. The thing is that I double checked when we talk and proceed the quest. What's going to happen next is that we will go on the ship, and then we'll be on the ship, and the next thing to do will be the dungeon. And then of course we can just go somewhere else if the queue time is long, but it's just a little awkward if we finish the stream there. And if we do the dungeon, then there's a bunch of things that feel a little bit cliffhangery if we just end after the dungeon. So just feel like it's a bad spot to end after the dungeon rather than before, and the time is just right. I don't even know if I need this picture for anything. I don't really use an extra picture of Smol Kai for community posts these days, so maybe it's completely unneeded, but I don't know, I like this picture. Well, since there's nothing you guys have suggested we talk about, then let me go down the list of things that I normally try to mention when I'm on stream anyway. If you're not in it, remember that I do have a community Discord server, and there's a link to it pinned in the live chat. It's very helpful if you find it difficult sometimes to follow when I stream. I post a schedule usually, but I post it in like a YouTube community post. And it's not always it lands at your desk, so to speak. On the Discord server, there is a channel dedicated to the schedule, and there's a channel dedicated to highlighting new videos and streams and things like that. So you find everything that I put up there. It's also an easier way to contact, like to ask something when I'm not on stream. Like if you have a question to a job, then you can always leave a comment on a relevant guide, and I will absolutely respond as quickly as I see it. But if you write in the Discord, then not only do I have a reasonable chance to answer it, but there are people that are just as smart as me on some jobs, or at least smart enough that they can help you. Which means that if I'm not available, maybe there's a chance they can help you. So it's a little community. The next thing is that you may have noticed, depending on how new you are to the channel, you may notice that there is a membership button for the channel. The intention of this membership is that there are few of my viewers that have previously used the super chat feature, and I have been super grateful for that. However, I always feel like I want to give something back, and the best way I could do that is with a YouTube membership. If you, instead of buying a super chat, because you're basically buying a super chat when you're donating money this way, you can buy a membership, which still goes, mainly to me as effectively as a donation. I see it the same way. I still appreciate it just as much. But the difference is that with a membership, you get some things back. Namely, your name stands out in the chat. It's green instead of gray. There's a little icon next to it. It even changes as you are a member for longer. It gives you access to a few emotes. The thing is that I can't actually put that many emotes because the amount of emotes I'm allowed to add is related to how many members I have for some reason. You also get a special colored name, like colored role on the Discord server if that's something you care about. And your name is put at the end of my videos, just before the fun fact, typically. And while they haven't been put into effect yet, because it's a bit awkward to make a vote if there's only 1 or 2 people voting, I intend to put votes on future content eventually on the membership stuff, or for membership specifically, so that it's specifically really dedicated viewers of my channel that have even invested in the channel, you could say, personally, that get to vote, and not anyone that happens to come across the community post. And the thing is that if I just write any old community post, anyone can see it. I have had votes that included far more people than ultimately did something with it. Alright, Maha, good night. I'm also about to round off. But yeah, there's a bunch of things in the membership, but there's not like member exclusive content. So it's not like you shouldn't feel like you have to buy it. All my guides stay as they are, available to everyone. So you don't need to worry about that. This is simply an offer as a way that if you want to, you can support the channel in addition to getting a little something back. Yeah, I think that's everything that I have. I thought that spiel would take longer. Anyway, that means that I have nothing else left. We're ending a little early, like 5 minutes early, but we've ended very late many times. Anyway, to that, I will say good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And we say good night to Smol Kai. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out and talking about this and that. That always makes it more fun. Good night. And good night to Smol Kai. Bye bye.